starting?
Yeah, we're starting right now. Sorry, like I said, I was trying to get everything up and ready. It's one of those type of days, you know. What is up, everybody? How are y'all doing on this lovely Saturday evening? I'm here with GCD.
I did not feel like having, I did not feel like making a legitimate meal for myself, so I actually just bought a loaf of bread from the bakery, some sauce. It's like tomato sauce, and I just dipped the bread in the tomato sauce, and that was dinner.
That is definitely. Have you heard the concept of like boy dinner and girl dinner? Have you ever heard that concept?
It sounds familiar.
That sounds like a dude dinner. But you know what? That actually sounds pretty all right.
It was a cheese bread, if that makes it any percent better.
There you go. You know what? The way my dad says is whatever he says, whatever it takes to make a turd.
I wish your dad was a little more classy.
My dad's been like this for a while, so there's no changing him.
Oh well.
Nah, he just basically says like even if it's not the best meal ever, just if it gets the job done.
That's a much better way to put it.
Right. I mean, my dad. You gotta understand. My dad is probably the closest you can. He's been a cop for like 19 years. He's basically like a redneck, and that's just how he is.
I've never heard a redneck say that phrase.
must be an older redneck thing, you know?
Maybe it's Colorado rednecks are a different breed.
I mean, he's lived most of his life in Memphis, Tennessee.
No, I haven't been to Tennessee very much.
You should. Memphis is a nice place to visit.
I don't like cities.
It's not super big. It's not super big. Plus, it has some of the best pulled pork known to mankind, and pork ribs. Oh, so good.
I can't spell Tennessee to save my life. Okay, but I'm trying to remember where Memphis is on the map.
It's right on the border with Mississippi.
Okay, I know this city. I'm not going there. Nope. No, thank you.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Also, it looks like it's on the border of Arkansas, not Mississippi.
It's on it's in like right in the corner between both of those.
Memphis is on the southwest corner of Tennessee. I think you're talking about the northwest corner of Tennessee.
No, it's right next to Mississippi. I know because my.
I thought you said Missouri.
No, Mississippi.
All right, that makes more sense.
Star says, Luke, hope you're doing well, man. Zeke, sleep with one eye open tonight, buddy. With a heart.
What did you do?
I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did, but you know what? I don't know.
Well, Star, just remember, Zeke knows where you live.
Do I?
Yeah.
I don't think we visited his house. We visited in like a separate location.
He named us the town, though.
As if I'm gonna remember that.
I do.
All right, what's up, Katrina? Hello, Star. Hello, Super Mario Plush. Hello, Furry. Hello, Super Sans and Mario Plush again. Hey, Rads. And over on the Twitch side of things, hello, Wooly. Star says, "Come to my town, then."
All right, word. You can. I'll stop by on my way to Houston next year.
There you go. Pick them up. You know, just pick them up and just take them. The stores in Georgia are free. You can just take them.
Well, you just let everybody know what state he lives in. Not my fault.
The states, you know, that's not the biggest deal in my book. I think he's said that before.
I mean, that narrows it down from about 49 options to 1 option.
Bold of you to assume I would. It's the correct option, though. Star says, "Should I be down for a road trip?"
Texas? All right. We're looking at from your place, we're looking about 800 miles of travel.
Star, tell him the entire story of what's it called? Thomas the Tank Engine. I'm pretty sure he will love it.
Huh? I'll drive. Oh, word. All right.
There you go. The best.
We'll take your car if you're offering.
The best road trips are the ones when you got like a partner to drive.
I know, dude. I absolutely hate driving long distances by myself.
It's a skill. It's a skill. I've done it twice in 1 month. When I went from Colorado to Missouri, it was a 14-hour drive.
Yikes.
And the last hour was rough.
It probably still beats taking the train, though.
I mean, the train I could see being like a benefit. Like, one of the benefits is you don't have to worry about the travel itself once you get to the train. Like, that's all taken care of.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to arrive on time if you're traveling more than, I'd say, 6 hours.
Oh, true.
Amtrak is awful.
Star, hold tight on that. I was planning the next couple of weeks of doing a Golf with Friends stream if you want to do those 215 things. He has this military 215 things that you're not allowed to do in the military because one person fucked it up for everyone.
215 things that other people have done that ruined it for everybody else.
Yes, and it's one of those. Have you ever heard the expression like if you see a sign, there's a story behind why that sign had to be created?
You know, that makes sense. You know, there's all those do not eat on laundry detergent tablets.
Mm-hmm.
We all know the story behind the Tide Pods, at least.
Exactly.
To be honest, I can imagine road trips in America would be fun as the roads are longer. The UK sucks. The UK is about the size of Michigan, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, the UK is a little smaller. But if you're gonna do a road trip in America, you gotta be dedicated, because we got some long territory here. I
will say this much: going through Kansas is an experience.
You made it sound interesting the last time you described it to me.
That was Wyoming. Wyoming, it's like, at least with Kansas, there's like, you got like your group of people that you're traveling with on the highway. You know, like, if you've ever been on a road trip, have you ever oh, it's that red car and they pass you, and then you pass them, and then like 20 minutes later they pass you again, and you see them at a gas station. You kind of like have like a buddy system with like some random ass car.
I always thought they were mocking me.
No, it's pretty cool. Like, you have that. When I was in Wyoming, we didn't have that.
So they were trying to be friendly?
I mean,
I feel bad for running them off the road now.
It wasn't in Kansas, was it? Wait, was it in Louisiana?
I plead the fifth.
It was in Louisiana, wasn't it?
I plead the fifth.
Shit, they're hearing banjos. Have you heard? Have you seen Deliverance?
I don't know what that is.
It's like the premise of it. It's like a horror movie. I've seen bits and pieces of it. It's a horror movie of these New Yorkers that go down to Louisiana, and they're in the bayou of Louisiana, and they're lost. And they just
the bayou of Louisiana. Ooh.
Yep. And like they come across like some cannibals.
Oh snap.
And like it was they're like paddling on a canoe. They find like a canoe, and they're like, paddle faster, I hear banjos.
I'd
Crazy.
just like to state for the record that Louisiana is a constitutional carry state, which means you can carry a gun there without a permit. So if you get eaten by cannibals in Louisiana, it's your own fault.
Fun fact as well about Louisiana. It is their law is a little bit different than America. They do more French related law. The only state in the
Really?
union to do so.
Huh.
And Furry, I've seen you post this several times. This is not the episode. Just sit tight. All right. What I was going to say something else, but then I forgot. Oh, about Deliverance. One more thing before we get started. There's one actor that won an award for his role as a dead body.
How the...
He was on screen for like 10 minutes or something like that, and he didn't move a bit.
That is impressive, actually.
Yeah, it's really impressive. All right, let's get started. May 11th, the High Court of Karan, accused lobby.
I wasn't able to find any conclusive evidence yesterday. But if I can figure out Lady Kira's motive for threatening the High Priest, then maybe...
Nick, today well...
Don't look so down, Maya. I'm going to defend you with everything I got.
You would do well to cease this insanity while you still can. Oh, it's her.
As I said yesterday, I'm going to defend my client in court.
Well, note this. You shall not witness a miracle of the sort that occurred last time. The moment she is found guilty, you too will be found guilty of abetting the accused.
I've never claimed to be a miracle maker, but I am good at discovering the truth. And unlike miracles, the truth is always waiting to be found.
The truth, you say? Humph. Then it seems you have chosen your fate. This shall be your very last trial. Lady, do you know how many times people have told me that?
Lady, I was on trial for murder against one of the most corrupt, powerful men in the country, and I still won. All right, if you think that this is gonna be an easy challenge, your eyes are lying to you.
And then Maya's like, Nick, can you let me know which one that is, because it really doesn't narrow it down much.
Nick,
Hey, Leonardo, how you doing?
I'm going to prove you innocent, Maya. You'll see. After all, you have
Oh,
to introduce the Plum Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm, to the folks back home, right?
I just realized as well that is like the Twilight Realm is like heaven. So like the Plumbed Punisher is the warrior of heaven. It's like a battle angel.
I've never heard anybody say the Twilight Realm is heaven.
No, in this religion, remember they call it Twilight Realm?
No, I don't.
Oh.
right. I may be I may be a defendant this time. But I'll be by your side like always, Nick.
Thanks, Maya. So we're gonna get to see Maya on the stand with us again?
I guess so.
That'll be fun. This place is tough on lawyers. I'll need all the help I can get. Plus, it's always good to have you on the team. Well, it's time. Let's go.
Leroy Jenkins.
We better not. They're gonna look for any excuse to just drop the guillotine on us.
It's like, oh, hello, Phoenix. Get in the guillotine. This is yours. Mr. Udgy's like long lost brother, his third brother.
Let the trial of Maya Fey begin.
The defense is ready, Your Majesty. Huh?
He's just meditating.
Quiet! Can't you see Prosecutor Shadmati is absorbed in silent prayer? Great. The trial's barely started and the judge is already mad at me.
To be fair, Phoenix, you're a lawyer. He's already mad at you to start with, so.
He's very devout for a prosecutor.
Why is the accused standing over there?
Oh, well... Your Majesty. In addition to being the accused, she is also my assistant.
The accused is your assistant, you say? Very well then. A criminal does indeed make a fitting partner to a lawyer with a defiled soul.
Thanks, Your Majesty.
That wasn't very nice. Yeah, well, bad-mouthing lawyers seems to be a custom of sorts in Karayan.
Oh my gosh, Slimy says Apollo Justice. That sounds like a dog version of Ace Attorney. I don't know why it made me giggle.
I must say, I'm surprised to see you still here in Karayan, Mr. Wright. And even more to find you in the Hall of Justice once more. I cannot fathom why you would willingly risk your life in yet another trial.
The answer is simple, Your Majesty. I am a lawyer, and this is what lawyers do.
Hey, I like to laugh, and bye, I like to laugh. Thanks for stopping by.
Although, to be frank, I'd rather be anywhere else but here right now.
That's a different colored butterfly this time. Such foolishness.
Oh, Prosecutor Shadmati, are you ready to begin now?
Yes, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. But first, I promise you both this. I will cast your wicked souls into the fires of hell. Thus shall the soul of the victim attain salvation.
Ha 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 ha! Splendid! I would expect nothing less of you, Prosecutor Shadmati.
Punish the wicked lawyer who dared stop the last right.
I think I'll pass on the whole fire and brimstone deal. But I'm not surprised by your words or stance, considering what Apollo's told me about you.
So, it was you who instilled that putrid lawyerly guild within him.
Guile. I think
Oh,
it's
guile.
Putrid? What?
He too must soon face the fires, lest his soul be lost to redemption. But I shall send you on ahead, so that he will not be lonely when he arrives.
Sorry, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. People say I never know what to give up. Nervous, Maya? A little. Feels like it's been ages since we stood side by side like this in court. Too bad I'm the defendant. Again. Don't worry.
You should be used to this by now, Maya.
We haven't lost a case together yet.
Are we just gonna forget about the whole, like, Maya getting kidnapped and, like, crap, what was his name?
Matt Ungard?
Yeah, Ungard. Are we just gonna forget the Ungard case?
Well, technically, she wasn't by his side then. Also, they're saying that they can't hear me.
Yeah, Jobu. Everyone can. Is everyone able to hear GCD?
I would hope so.
I mean, I would
What do y'all
definitely hope
say?
so. We've been going for 20 minutes. Can hear him, but it's a little low. You know what? I've been having some issues with Discord as of late. Quiet but hearable is what I'm hearing.
I have an idea.
Do you really?
Yeah, okay, here. Share your desktop with me. There's one thing we can check.
Oh, okay.
Alright, let's see.
Are you seeing
on your-
OBS?
I'm seeing OBS. I was hoping to see the desktop. Actually, I don't think it should be that big a deal. How about, okay, do you see on your primary screen where it says, the little speaker icon?
Right here?
Well, I can't see it. I can't see your desktop. I only see OBS.
Oh, okay. Let me switch that over then. Technical difficulties, yay!
Okay, so on your primary desktop, not on OBS, on your on like your desktop, there should be a little volume.
Oh yeah. I've got the volume mixer up to max on Discord. Okay, try.
I just saw you turn up OBS. So
Maybe that's it. Maybe just max out that.
they might not be able to hear you if you do that. Or maybe they will. I don't know. I don't know OBS well enough to figure this out.
I did increase the audio input capture and audio output.
Audio input capture should be your mic, so I don't think that's what you need.
Okay, let's see if everyone can hear this.
Can y'all hear me?
Can you hear me?
I mean, we could boost up OBS and then just turn the game's volume down.
Okay,
Yeah,
according
actually-
to Mario Plush, and then Wooly is also saying yes.
I would say turn OBS up to like 75 and then turn Apollo Justice down to 50.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that'll work.
Okay, that should help us out then.
Okay, how does it sound now, everybody? Do I sound a little louder?
According to Wooly, yes. Everyone can hear me. Mario Plush is saying yes as well. Jobu is saying getting better. Like,
Okay.
is it better as in you can now hear it? Or is everything good? Is it goody in the hoodie?
We could turn OBS up to about 80.
We
See if
could.
That helps.
Okay, let's just roll with this and see how it works out then.
Okay.
Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I'm starting to think my computer might be on its might be like getting its own mind as of late.
I don't think it's quite that. I think we just need to tweak the audio settings just a little better.
Oh, probably.
You're right. Let's give this everything we've got, Nick.
Now then, Prosecutor Shadmadi, would you please explain the case at hand?
Of course, Your Majesty. Let us begin at the last rite of the victim. Maya Fey has been charged with the crime of murder. The victim of her heinous crime was the high priest Trust in Me.
Are we sure he wasn't dead from the beginning? I mean, look at his eyes.
I think I've heard of like people who have tattooed their eyes before.
That sounds horrifying. Why would you do that?
That does sound horrifying. He was conducting the purification rites when he was brutally slain.
And the cause of death?
So quick question, is the village of Karaya supposed to have the religion of Hinduism? I think that was part of the... I think that's part of the inspiration. I think it's inspired by like Eastern or Western Asian... would it be Western?
It would be... If it's Asian, it would be Eastern.
Eastern? Yeah, like where... I forgot, like... Not... I want to say... It's not Vietnam, but my mind keeps saying Vietnam. But where the not Mount Rushmore, the highest peak,
China,
like in China and stuff like that.
Mount Everest.
Everest, that's it. Where is Everest?
Everest is in China.
It's in China. There's someone else.
What was somewhere else?
Like there's
like India.
It's like India or something. I'm losing my mind. I can't really think. I'm running on like 4 hours of sleep right now.
I'm trying to think of that general area. Like I know there's Russia, Mongolia, China, Japan, South Korea, India.
There's another place though. I just don't know where it is.
Vietnam, the Philistines.
I don't know. I can't think of it. Nepal. There we go. Thank you, Jesse. I think there's a little bit of Nepal influence with this region. And I think that's Eastern. That would be that would be Western Asia. I think it's west of China.
Okay.
Let us review the victim's autopsy report and the crime scene photo, shall we? He's evil. His scarf is blowing in the wind while indoors. It's just magic. A little bit of India too. I think there's a lot of melting pot of like influence here. The cause of death was blood loss from a stab wound delivered to the abdomen. Hey, Jolware, how you doing? The murder weapon was likely the apparently, according to 13 Lions, this is supposed to be Warbird dagger instead of Warbad.
A warbird dagger. I mean, the thing is like shaped like a bird, so that would make sense.
Like the Warbad dagger, which
There's
was
no
used,
R here, so I'm just gonna go with warbad.
Warbad's dagger, which was used in the rite. However, the weapon has yet to be found, though the scene was thoroughly searched.
Sacred relic used as a tool of murder. The Holy Mother's wrath shall be most severe.
The murder itself took place at the height of the purification rite. The accused had donned Lady Karan's sacred robes, and the victim was there to offer prayers as a high priest of Karanism. During the rite, the victim and the accused were the only two in the inner sanctum. Therefore, the only person who could have slain the victim is Maya Fey.
I must say, that does cast a great deal of suspicion upon the accused.
Indeed. Now then, allow me to submit this diagram of the crime scene as evidence in this case. In Karanism, slaying a priest is a sin most grave and dreadful. As such, Maya Fey's soul shall be plunged into the lowest level of hell, the hell of tinkling.
The hell of tickling?
Tickling?
Huh?
Huh?
Am
Are we
I-
reading
am
this
I-
wrong?
Hold on.
This can't be right.
No, it can't. Hold up. Let me, I'm gonna search this in private window. I can't believe I have to type this into a search engine.
Tickling.
No, tickling. That tickles?
The hell of
Okay,
tickling.
I'm not reading any more of this, but yeah, the hell of tickling. That's what he said. We're not mistaken.
There, she shall be tickled without end for 500 million years.
That is a terrible fate indeed. Would the defense care to respond?
Maya just like, I'm not ticklish.
We'll see about that. And here I thought the lowest level of hell was the hell of back pain.
No, that's just the seventh level. That's where you'll go, Phoenix.
Aww.
I don't remember killing anyone, and I don't have that dagger or anything like it.
As my client stated, she had no memory of the event as described by the prosecution. But more importantly, she had no motive to kill the high priest in the first place.
Isn't the lowest level of hell listening to Baby Shark over and over?
Probably.
That sounds about right, Nemu.
You know what? There's a meme I gotta find. Keep going. It might take me a while, but I gotta find this meme.
I thought you might say that. Nevertheless, the meaningless prattle of lawyers is utterly ineffectual here in the Hall of Justice. For all will be made clear by her benevolence, Rafa Padma Karan's insights. That's a mouthful right there.
So it is, and so it shall be. The divination seance reveals the truth for all to see.
Here we go again.
I remember this being really annoying.
Bailiff, please show in the royal priestess.
It's Princess Rifa! Oh, how beautiful! Her benevolence looks again today!
Glory to the Holy Mother for this blessed day! As popular as ever, I see.
Rest assured, good people of Karan, I will defeat this murderer and her arbiter. They shall not escape on their freedom expressed today.
What a joy it is to have the royal priestess back in the Hall of Justice. May the Holy Mother grant us her divine favor. Urdara Quran.
She sure looks pleased with herself.
Furry, I don't know when she appears. I'm sorry. There's a reason I haven't answered because I don't have an answer. It might be the next chapter. Who knows?
Especially for someone who didn't know what a Freedom Express was until yesterday.
Is there something stuck on my face, barbed head?
Nothing, Your Benevolence.
Now then, your benevolence. The divination seance, if you please.
Very well. Nyan, my robe. Bye-bye, Nana. Nana's a real
Holy
one.
Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
So you think we have to do this cutscene every single time?
Probably. But on the plus side, there's only like it's probably only gonna happen like 3 times in the game.
Oh, true. And we could skip it if we want to.
Might as well let her dance.
Yeah, just let her dance. So how's chat doing? we gotta let the princess dance. So you know what? Who are we to stop her? Animation team's really proud of this.
As someone who attempted 3D animation, they should be.
This is pretty cool. Oh, thank you, Wooly. Yeah, her birthday's on Monday. That's we have a concept with our family. We call it birthday week because all of us have like varying different schedules. So we kind of do it over the course of the. We celebrate over the course of the week. So we got Thai food yesterday, and we just chilled with her on yesterday, and we're going to be going over there tomorrow with some banana pudding and cake.
Who are we talking about?
Oh, my mom. My mom's birthday is on Monday.
Ah, gotcha.
They hit me with a change of plans like 30 minutes before the start of the stream yesterday.
Dang.
Wind. Oh, well, hello there.
Footsteps, incense, pain.
Very, very much pain. Wait, why was he surprised? Wasn't that
Surprised by
part of the ritual? Was for Lady Killer to be there?
I don't remember.
Yeah, this ritual was all about bathing the like killer, the cloth lady. So why was he surprised to see her? Did he jump on it? Yeah, it looked like he walked into the knife too. There was a lot going on there.
The victim's Mitama has spoken. The divination seance is complete.
Great. Another clearly incriminating seance vision.
It cannot be any clearer, oh foul defense. The accused donned the sacred robes of Lady Kira and then attacked the victim.
Oh, how very terrible it must have been. The figure of Lady Kira lit against the dim lantern light. The scent of incense growing ever more potent as she drew near. One can almost sense the horror Abbott in me must have felt.
The facts as presented by her benevolence are indisputable.
I'm working on it! It couldn't have been any clearer. Looks like I'm in for another uphill battle.
The accused committed this vile act during our ancient tradition, the purification rite.
Come to think of it, Rite's Guide explains the multi-part purification rite in detail. Transformation rite. The high priest reads a scripture while the priestess dons the robe of Lady Kira.
So he was supposed to read the scripture, and then the robe was supposed to be put on. So why was he surprised? Was he surprised by the knife?
The rite of water. Lady Kira enters the spring and the high priest purifies her, along with her dagger.
So the dagger was supposed to be there. Why was he surprised?
Maybe she wasn't supposed to be there.
That could be possible.
If, I don't know, if Maya was knocked out by somebody who wasn't the killer. I mean, whoever this killer was, whatever motive they had, would have made sense for them to kill Maya too, to not have a witness.
True. Something must have spooked the killer, or they left Maya. They saw Maya there and like, you know what? That's perfect. We'll pin it on her.
Possibly.
But yeah, that's the only thing I can think of is the high priest was surprised that Maya wasn't there. That's the only thing I could think of. Because Maya was there, she was in the middle of the prayer. He looks at the scroll, he puts it back down, and there's the dressed up Lady Kira.
The rite of fire. The priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul.
Indeed. It would seem that the murder occurred during the transformation rite. The rite dictates that the high priest stands in front of the spring. Therefore, the accused must have attacked him from the direction of the broken lantern. Well, Barbed Head, would you care to object?
Of course, because I know my client is innocent.
So you say. You truly do not know when you are beaten, do you?
I managed to pull it off last time with Albie. I just have to do it again.
You intend to find fault with her benevolence's insight yet again?
I did it the first time. Do you people just not learn your lessons? Is not one person here like, you know, this guy did it last time. Do you think there's a chance?
You would think you would think a culture that's really really religious would be okay, would understand someone having complete faith in someone else, even if it's not like not something related to it. You would think they would understand, like, okay, he has faith in his client, fair enough. Polka na.
What exactly is a Pokemon?
Nick, it's not a Pokemon.
Right. It's a Pikachu. What exactly is that? Someone who's a real piece of work, so to speak. They can call me anything they want. The only thing I care about is uncovering the truth.
So, Barbed Head, are you foolish enough to risk your life for your so-called truth? Furry, what's going on? Dude, what? Just chill. Please. Okay, let's continue. Because my insights are the truth. To deny them is to willingly dig your own grave. How does this game work? We have to defend our client by picking out contradictions. All right. One moment. There we go. The victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. As the first part, the transformation rites ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, he heard the accused's approaching footsteps and smelled her incense-laden robes. It was then that the victim fell in intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. As his life's blood spilled over, his visions dimmed, until finally he passed from our world. That is everything the victim experienced in his final moments. Shows where Maya and the high priest were during the rite. Let's just double check that one more time. Beautiful. Okay, so it shows Maya was looking at the spring and he was looking outwards. Dressed in the sacred robes of Lady Kira, the accused rushed the victim head on. The brutal stabbing she perpetrated could not have been any clearer. Yes, it is plain for all to see.
No, it wasn't me! A sudden drowsiness came over me during the transformation rite. I didn't even get a chance to put on Lady Kira's robes.
You waste our time with such meaningless statements, accused. You cannot explain away the truths revealed by the royal priestess's divine insight.
No.
You don't have to do a voice. Well, we don't have to, but it's fun. That's part of the fun.
How did you end up finding contradictions last time?
The deceased's final memories include all 5 senses.
Oh, you mean those words that appear in the Pool of Souls? It looked to me like the bigger the word, the stronger the sensation was to the victim.
Yeah, that's how it looked to me, too. The sensations themselves are never wrong, only their interpretations.
Okay. We gotta look at the interpretations, not the senses.
That's why I tried to point out mistakes in Rafa's insight the last time, or Rafa.
So there could be contradictions between what Abbott Inmate felt and her insights, huh?
So we gotta find the differences. So we gotta. Okay, I think what happened last time that I wasn't able to piece it together was what the victim is seeing, for the most part, is true. It's just the interpretations that we need to find fault in.
Okay. You got it. And I'm going to find them this time, too.
To answer your question, 13 line, this is my least favorite mechanic of this trilogy.
Should I check how to point out the contradictions in Rafa's insight?
Let's check.
I can switch between insights with LS and LS. While I look for inconsistencies between them and the sensations in the vision. Seance visions can be paused with A. I can even jump to different points in the seance vision by using B and X. When I see an insight that doesn't seem right, I should select. I got confused for a sec. Select it. Then all I have to do is point out the sensation that contradicts with the insight. Sensation this time seems to fluctuate more than the ones from Albi's trial. In which case, I better keep an eye on changing their intensity too. Or changes in their intensity.
Okay. The victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading the sutra. Okay, reading the sutra makes sense. Wind. Okay, there was wind. Footsteps, and incense. Pain. I'm still trying to figure out why he was running towards the knife.
Was he... Hold on, play that again.
Footsteps.
I don't think he was running toward it. I think it was running toward him.
Oh, I think I see. Okay, there's wind. I think there was one thing that kind of popped up. Incense, footsteps. Hey, Snook, how you doing?
Ew.
Footsteps and incense. Let's take a look at the court record. Oh, here we go. Rite guide. Purification rite is a 3-part ceremony held when the moon is directly over the summit. It begins with the transformation rite. The high priest reads scripture, while priestess dons the robes of Lady Chiron, which has been purified with incense. Next is the rite of water, in which the priestess enters the spring dressed as Lady Chiron, and the high priestess purifies both Lady Kira and the dagger. Ceremony ends with the rite of fire, in which the priestess circles the sacred flame to purify her soul. Oh, you know what? I just realized something too. I think you're right. I think Lady Kira is the one walking, because otherwise we would hear the jingle of a dude's ankles.
Right. I forgot about the bells.
But it does look like he's running towards it. Snuck is a big fan. He wants your autograph someday.
$20.
Footsteps, incense getting intensify. I mean, makes sense. The smell of incense getting stronger as it approaches makes total sense. Oh, I just realized there was other parts here too.
Ah. Oh, I get it. So each of those little, I guess, soul icons kind of line up with the bottom layer of the box.
Okay. He heard the
Man,
accused approaching footsteps.
I'm having a hard time doing this today. I had a long, hard day at work.
I feel you there.
Articulation. I was already not good at it. Now I'm worse.
Okay, at the first part, this scene, the timing of this seems a little weird. At the first part, the transformation rite ended. He lowered his sultra. Suddenly, he heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled her incense. Oh, no, he lowered it, and then suddenly he heard the approaching footsteps.
Well, there were no footsteps at that point. The footsteps didn't start until like the 5th one.
I think, am I saying, I want to say your name right. Are you saying, is it Sitch? I think what Sitch is saying is true. I never even thought about it.
What's that?
The wind. The curtains.
Ooh, good point. Forgot about those curtains.
And look, they look pretty tall. Should we...
I think yeah, that's the one we want to go with. Actually,
Okay, let's try this now.
can you?
Oh,
can you
sound.
bring the-
Oh,
Okay, there we go.
wait, what? What do you mean
Or-
sound?
Go back real fast.
Uh-huh.
I think if you select the 4th text box, it was then that the victim felt an intense pain when... Oh, maybe they don't line up. Maybe I was wrong about that. Do any of these mention the wind?
Victim commenced the purification rites by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sultra. At the first part, the transformation rite ended. He lowered the sultra. Suddenly, he heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled her incense-laden robes. Didn't mention anything regarding the wind, but that's the sound of the wind.
Well, if you actually play the video, you'll see like the lantern flickers when the wind shows up.
Oh,
you see
like
it?
yeah, right there, the broken one. It kind of
You
does.
see?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the wind specifically is what's going on because of those curtains.
Should we try it?
We can give it a shot.
Objection!
Your benevolence. Isn't this statement inconsistent with the vision?
Inconsistent? I think not.
Exactly. That's where the inconsistency lies.
No, I believe it is not the defense's thought process. I believe it is in the defense's thought process that the inconsistency lies.
Guess there was an inconsistency there after all.
We found the inconsistency with our own logic.
What is it, Maya?
I'm still trying to figure out this whole insight thing out.
Same here. You and me both, Maya.
When the words change size, that means the intensity of those sensations is changing too, right?
That's what it looks like to me.
Oh!
So then that's probably something we should keep an eye on too.
Okay, I think I get what's going on now. Let me see.
In short, we should be on the lookout for changes that shouldn't take place, but they do anyway. And changes that don't occur when they should.
I think that's the ticket right there.
How very perceptive of you.
I guess all that training sharpened Maya's mind along with her powers. Let's compare the visions to the insight, while looking for changes in sensory intensity. Sounds like a plan.
So this is what I'm thinking right here. Is footsteps right there. And then incense popped up right there. Incense is getting like the sense of like the smell of the incense are getting closer and closer, which makes sense. But the footsteps aren't as
changing.
well.
Objection!
Maybe there's a specific point we have to present it at.
Oh yeah, probably we have to with the statement. We didn't have the right statement.
There should be a statement mentioning the footsteps. Let's see what it says.
Okay. This probably is like the easiest thing ever. I just can't wrap my brain around it. He heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled her incense. Let's go ahead and...
Objection!
Oh, what the hell? I'm used to pressing like the same button to like cancel it out. So I pressed Y twice.
Uh-huh.
Yes, game, I know, I know.
Approaching footsteps. I think you might have to rewind a bit to get the footsteps.
Yeah, I think so.
There it is.
Let's try it.
Objection!
Okay, good.
The victim supposedly heard the accused approaching footsteps. But did he really?
What nonsense is this? It is not abundantly. Is it not abundantly clear?
No, it's not, because there's something strange about those footsteps.
Strange? Explain yourself, barbed head.
The footsteps are strange because they don't grow louder. They're not getting any louder.
And why exactly does that matter?
We don't need sleep, we need answers. Speak for yourself. I didn't read that previous
whoops.
statement.
Sorry, I thought you did.
Please focus your attention on the incense the victim smelled. The scent grows stronger as the accused approaches. If the accused really had approached the victim, the sound of her footsteps would have grown louder as the scent of incense grew stronger.
So it sounds like he did run into the knife. If he did run into the knife, though, Nemu, we would have heard the jingle of his little ankle bells. Ah!
Why, that makes perfect sense. How can this be explained, your benevolence?
Well, there must be a reason.
Objection!
It is as they say, even a putrid worm of a lawyer will turn.
What does that even mean? He's not exactly singing your praises, that's for sure.
He basically hit us with a, would we still love a lawyer if he was a worm? Still, we cannot discount this information solely on the account of the lawyerly source. Your benevolence. Perhaps you must listen more carefully to the Abbat's mitama.
Listen more carefully. What's he talking about?
And hey, Payday, how you doing? Yes, it would appear so. I shall try to refine the sensation.
Refine the sensation?
I can more accurately gauge sensation by deepening my communication with a mitama.
I didn't know you could do that. Why have we never done this before?
Yeah, can we proceed with 100% power from now on? By refining a sensation, a clearer picture of the truth can be discovered.
Dragon Ball Z would have been a very short anime with that kind of mentality.
Basically giving an excuse to rewrite what she saw so you could be wrong. Yeah, basically. Oh, blessed Mitama, I beseech you, hear me now and respond to my call.
Oh.
Oh.
Footsteps changed into bells. What could this mean?
Why was he running into the knife, is the question.
Bells. But the only bells at the scene of the crime were... Ah! That jingling must have come from Abbott and me's, bells. You mean those big things he had on his ankles?
It looks like he had like a gnarly night on town.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Sunday morning. He's in the middle of a outdoor mall's fountain, just drunk. It's like, oh great, it's about all about me is in the fountain again. Come on, get Greg. He was able to help him out. Get the waffles. You know how it is.
Yum yum.
Yum yum. Exactly. Well, there you have it.
Yum.
Get some yum yum on him. Officers, bring the yum yum. Yeah, we got the priest down here too. Yep, the same place. Oh my gosh, I just realized I remembered something too.
What's that?
So a while back, this was back when landlines were a thing, and
Not still a thing?
I mean, they were way more prevalent. There was no cell phones. My household's phone number was close to the same number, but just off by one digit to a taxi company. And so one night, my grandma was visiting, and my grandma, she's a very devout Christian, like to the point where she doesn't drink alcohol even.
Okay.
And she decides to pick up the phone one night for us. And on the phone, someone thought they called the taxi, and he just drunkenly says, "Hey, it's you know who, and I'm you know where. Come get me." And that's basically it. Like, just imagine that picture. He's just on the phone like, "It's you know who, and I'm you know where. Come get me." Yeah, I'm in the mall. Grandma was, yeah, she was really strange with that. She was weirded out by that.
I bet.
The sound of bells was from the high priestess's own footsteps. That means
The footsteps belong to the victim himself. Or if the footsteps belong to the victim himself, it would mean the victim who was moving, or it means it was the victim who was moving, not the accused. The victim was the one who went running toward the broken lantern from the spring. A far cry from what her benevolence's insight would have us believe.
So that's why she didn't tap into the full power.
But why would the victim have approached the accused?
I'm just imagining the like Always Sunny clip. Suicide is badass as he runs into the dagger.
Oh, that clip. That clip lived rent free in my mind for a long time. Maybe he was trying to defend himself.
Please explain.
He could have felt threatened by Lady Kira standing there with a dagger.
But why? That was part of the ritual. It would have made a lot more sense if he was surprised that someone else was standing there.
So surprised that he ran toward them.
Yeah, because look at the ritual. Like he does the priest reads scripture while a priestess dons the robe. After that point, if it was anyone else, that would make sense. But he saw Lady Kira, so why was he running? Something's not adding up here.
It's definitely not.
If so, he might have thought to overpower her before she attacked.
Have I heard of Hollywood Undead? That's a band, right? You know what? I haven't heard any of their songs in a bit. Still your voices. This is nothing but a theory, and a poor one at that. Be not led astray by this lawyer's obvious postulation.
Objection.
While his insolence is inexcusable, I would ask that you calm yourself, your benevolence. Hey, thank you so much, Brandon. Finally bought my bed mattress I said days ago. Well, congrats, dude. Congrats on the mattress.
A bed sounds nice right about now.
Even if about me who moved, it does not negate the accused's crime.
What do you mean?
The accused was likely waiting for the high priest to approach. Ah! And as he neared, she plunged the dagger into him. It's as simple as that.
Oh, right. It really doesn't change much, does it?
I disagree, Payday. That Mama Luigi, that's in the past. We keep that in the past. Yes, it's as the prosecutor had said. In fact,
Didn't you know?
What's up?
Didn't you know? Nostalgia's all the rage these days.
Sometimes things need to stay in the past where they belong, though, you know?
Tell that to the rest of the world.
Eh. In fact, it is as I meant to say all along as well.
Right. And that's why you were so shocked when you first heard it.
Understand now, lawyer? That contradiction you conjured up has come to naught.
Don't you just sometimes wish Phoenix would say what he's thinking out loud?
Right? I mean, the prosecutors get a...
He sometimes has some genuinely good roasts.
Right? The prosecution is allowed to say whatever the hell they want, but Phoenix, like, the second he says something, like, slightly off base, they're like, I'm watching you, Phoenix.
Stupid Banana Republic.
Once I hone my insight, it will vanish like the dying rays of the sun. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the broken lantern. See, the fact that it was about a me who moved changes nothing.
Ah! Come on, Phoenix, you gotta keep your cool. That contradiction I pointed out must mean something. That one sensation changed after Princess Rafa refined her vision. Stands to reason that something else might have changed too because of the refinement.
Any sensations that have changed.
I should focus on any sensations that have changed. While searching for more contradictions between them and her insights.
Okay. Anything else change? If I had to guess, probably something with that wind. Wind. Bells. Water. Pain. Wait. Water. What? Where was the water?
It should have been behind him, right?
Yes.
So he was walking backwards.
The sound of
Wait,
water.
Okay, yeah. So he would have. So this would be.
Oh,
Walking backwards.
He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off. However, there's the sound of water. Because the court record just updated. That he was going here. So the water, there's no water whatsoever.
Okay.
So let's give this a try.
Objection!
Hold it!
Phoenix, that's the wrong one. You said objection.
How do we know the purification rite was performed exactly as it was supposed to be?
Humph, that's easy. The customs governing the rite are very clear, and about and me would have adhered to them.
Well, that's strange.
Mr. Wright, would you care to explain what is so strange?
Yes. I would ask you to consider the sound of the victim's footsteps. The sound of bells changes to the sound of water at one point.
What's this?
It's simple. The victim must have stepped in some water.
Oh?
Yes. And the only source of water in the inner sanctum is the spring.
I mean, I get what Phoenix is saying, but then that would have had the sensation of wet. Because all the senses are shown. Like, we heard the sound of water, but the victim didn't feel the water.
Maybe she needs to dive deeper?
I guess so. We need to go deeper.
And therein lies the contradiction.
But then, if he doesn't feel it, and she dives even deeper, and he still doesn't feel it, that proves that there was a third party in that place. Because the two people that we know of were nowhere near that water, but he was still hearing the sound of water. What contradiction?
I believe the rite started out as it should have.
The victim stood with his back to the spring, and the accused stood right in front of him. But we now know that the victim then moved into the spring.
Ponuka.
Polunka! That is absurd!
This means the accused's logic differs from her This means the accused's location differs from what her benevolence insight indicates.
Ah!
Then, where do you propose the accused stood once she donned the Lady Kira's robes?
Based on the sound of the victim's footsteps, I believe Maya was standing here.
Okay, here we go. Where was Maya based on the victim's footsteps? Oh, was she in the spring?
Couldn't be. She wasn't wet.
But the sound of now that I think about it, it went from bell, 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 and then it went to water all of a sudden.
Well, we can try. Yeah, I mean, it's a theory. I don't know if it holds water. No pun intended.
We could try it.
All right. Until this moment, we've all just assumed.
Hey, Lord, how you doing?
That Abbott, Inme, and Miss Faye were standing where they were supposed to be. As shown in this right's guide. In short, the victim should have been standing with his back to the spring and the accused in the front. However, if that is how they were really standing, he couldn't have stepped into the spring as he approached her. Problem is, the victim did step into the spring. This can only mean that Miss Faye had actually been standing in the water.
But if this is true, then their positions would have been completely reversed.
Which is really interesting.
What is going on here, Miss Faye? Were you really standing in the spring?
I'm sorry, but...
Oh! Could this have been happening in a different portion of the right?
Could be, yeah.
Next is the rite of water. It could have happened during the rite of water instead of the rite of transformation.
Okay. That would explain why, dude, Abbott? That would explain why Abbott got surprised. There wasn't supposed to be another Lady Kira show up.
That's why he was surprised. And I think we're getting to the point where we're going to confirm there were two Lady Kiras with two different robes.
Okay.
Because of this right here. The newspaper. And the question about the dagger, we weren't 100% sure if it was a snake dagger or a bird dagger.
I barely remember anything about that right.
Have you guys ever read the Brother Karamazov book 7, The Courtroom Scene, Good Mystery? I have not. I'm not much of a book reader, but if it's like a courtroom drama, that seems pretty cool.
There's only really two types of books never mind.
Oh yeah, go for it.
What on earth? Is that even possible?
Oh.
Be that as it may, this does not overturn my insights.
The only two readings I do are either my Bible or some manga. It doesn't?
Hey, J-Rod, how you doing? Let's say the accused was standing in the spring. So what?
So what? This completely reverses their positions is what?
She's got insane ego. What manga are you reading currently?
Oh, me? Oh, I just got to the second volume of Fire Force.
Oh, okay.
You ever seen that show? Or
No,
read that book?
I've seen stuff about it.
Yeah, it's completed. There's 34 volumes released, and they I don't know how long ago they did this, but they've started making omnibuses for manga that's typically about 3 volumes packaged into one. If you guys want to read Fire Force, go for their omnibuses.
Oh, okay. So that's what I get my brother. I didn't know they had actual name, but that's what I get for my brother for his One Piece collection.
Ah, good stuff. Is Fire Force in the Soul Eater universe? I do not believe it is. They're made by the same person, both stories, but I believe they are separate universes.
That their position differ from what is customary is rather curious. Zeke, did you see the anime with the Pony Man? Yes, I saw Pony Man after we finished the stream.
I showed him Pony Man. Pony.
I thought it would be a lot more like silly. It was weird. It was surreal though. It was quite
See the full
surreal.
episode. I just showed him like 2 clips.
Yeah, I just saw the clips. However, what does that change? It certainly does not erase the accused's brutal crime.
I guess you have a point there.
My brother and dad are nagging me about not watching much anime. I don't really watch a lot of anime either. I need to get better with it. I've been watching House of the Dragon.
What's that?
It's a HBO show. It's a prequel to Game of Thrones.
Oh, I've never seen Game of Thrones.
I recommend it. It's kind of brutal though, so just a heads up with that.
I'll pass. I'm not one for excessive violence.
There's excessive everything. Like it really earns its R rating.
I'm reading Delicious in Dungeons after finishing the anime. I never heard of this one.
I heard it's pretty good.
Delicious in Dungeons.
Yeah, it's like I believe it's a bunch of adventurers just exploring dungeons, and like I think they're looking for like recipe items for their recipes. You lawyers are a absurd breed. Never thinking ahead, you cling to the first insignificant contradiction you can muster.
Sounds like Princess Rafa has a pretty good grasp on what lawyers are all about. Oh, Maya, where would I be about your beautifully frank commentary right now? Is this contradiction really meaningless? But something really doesn't feel right. Did I take a wrong turn somewhere?
No, we're looking at this case wrong. I'm gripping onto the idea that this was just the wrong portion of the right. Humph. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the poolside lantern. Now the contradiction is no more. But the truth of the matter still stands, no matter how stubbornly you deny it.
What do you have to say for yourself now, Mr. Wright?
Nick?
Zeke, what is going on here? We're trying to defend Maya. That's what's going on here. Your
Again.
Majesty. Your Majesty, this lawyer may have raised a trivial objection. But her benevolence's insights have no further inadequacies of any kind.
Yes, so it would seem.
She's changed her story twice. I mean, to be fair, Nemu, she's everything that we're seeing is true. It's just her. We're seeing it through her warped perspective of it.
Wait a second, but there is another contradiction.
Still you flounder about, wretched beast. Though you rack that putrid brain of yours, nothing worthwhile will come of it. Roastmaster right there. Holy shit.
Maya, please tell me you remember something that might help us out here. Sorry, I really don't remember a thing.
Next time Maya gets accused of another murder, she gets a free sundae. It's like a punch card.
Welcome back from the detention center. Don't you mean welcome back from the detention center again? But now that I know the place I was standing in has changed, who knows? That alone may cause a new discrepancy with Princess Rafa's insight. That's right. We know Maya. I'm too tired to read. That's right. We now know that Maya was standing in the spring. A major change like that could very well produce a contradiction. Should I take another look at the inner sanctum diagram in the court record? And confirm where Maya and Abbott Inmee were standing? And then focus on finding any discrepancies between their positions and the insight.
Let me just read something. Does it have anything about reading? The transformation rite. The high priest reads scripture, while a priestess dons the robes purified. Next to the rite of water, in which the priestess enters the spring dressed as Lady Kira, and the high priest purifies both Lady Kira and her dagger. The ceremony ends with the rite of fire, in which the priestess circles the sacred flame to purify her soul. I just realized too they could have another thing here, so let's take a look. There's the wind. Huh. As the first part, the transformation rite ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, oh wait. If we go with this idea, the transformation rite is what she's saying right here. Transformation rite is the first step. High priestess.
Okay.
The high priest reads the scripture. That doesn't make sense though, because this is the beginning. the start of the thing. We know for a fact Maya was in the pool. So if we put 2 to 2 together, the only logical reason she would be in the pool is if it is the right of water.
Yeah, makes sense.
So I'm thinking, as the first part, the transformation rite ended, he lowered the sutra.
Okay.
So I'm thinking, hopefully this works. The sound of water will disprove that this is the transformation rite.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's try it.
Objection!
Nope. Yeah, sorry about that, Jobu. The Windows jump scare. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I'm confused. Ended. He lowered us.
Are we not allowed? Are we not able to present evidence on the
No,
court record
I
for these?
don't think so.
Okay.
The high priest reads scripture. Next is the rite of water, in which the priestess enters the spring dressed as Lady Kira, and the high priest purifies both Lady Kira and the dagger. Maybe check with the lantern? You know what? That is true. Wait a second. You're right, 13 Lions. The broken lantern. We were under the impression he was sitting right here. So the right lantern should have been broken.
Okay.
But we have nothing in the statement that will contradict that, though. The victim commenced by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. It's not that visible, so I'm not sure about that. That's true as well. However, the victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. That's what he's doing right now. As the first part, the transformation rite, ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, he rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the springside lantern. Wait a second. There's no lantern back here. According to Gamer, this one's hard to point out. Do I have any game ideas? You know, I've always thought it would be cool to kind of dabble into game design, but don't have a game idea or anything like that.
I could give you some. You need help scripting or writing? Well, I probably not coding, but scripting out a game. I could write you some scenarios.
Okay. It would be kind of cool to, if I were to, it'd probably be something like a Phoenix Wright type game. That would be pretty cool.
That shouldn't be hard to program in theory.
Yeah, I think the story is probably the toughest part.
Yeah, I could see that.
He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the springside lantern. It was then that the victim felt an intense pain. I believe he was stabbed. Every copy of Zeke 64 is personalized. Yeah, I got nothing. Yo, wait. There was something that popped up real quick.
Wind.
Oh, that was just incense. And then there was water. And stab and pain. Without love, pain. Can't get enough pain. Wait a second. Oh, there it is. There's the lantern. Lantern number 1. Lantern number 2. Let's give it a try. If this doesn't work, it will reset our lives and also give us a hint.
Okie dokie.
Because I think it has to do with the... looks like the flame in the lantern flickers with the wind. You know what? We do know for a fact that one should be broken. Let's try it.
Objection!
Nope.
Yeah, the game could just like point us in the right direction. That can help us. Oh no, we are dead.
We had the consult option.
Yeah, we'll have the
I've heard
consult next.
enough. This trial needs not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charges filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then. This court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, guilty.
Game over, yeah. Actually, rip Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix is dead. Unfortunately, I died. But I came back!
Wait, were you killed? Sadly, yes. But I lived.
You look like you're having a tough time, Nick.
We are, Maya.
Yeah, because I can't find any contradictions. I mean, the sensation and the visions all seem perfectly fine to me.
In that case, why don't you read the insight while focusing on what the victim saw?
Of course! His sense of sight. Time to go over the insights again.
I still think that lantern, like, I agree with what Gamer's saying. Gamer's saying I feel like we're on the right track. We're just, this is like incredibly particular what it wants from you.
A bit, yeah.
He bows to that one. I think the lanterns look off. But the game is basically saying, question his sight.
Question his sight.
That one looks fine. Like, as you can see, it looks like box shape. It has like a point right there, point right there, point right there, point right there. This one, however, you can clearly tell it's the broken one.
Uh-huh.
The window right there could be it, as you see the light of the flame blow out. Yeah, but it's the sound is the like the feeling, the sense. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the spring side lantern. So, it has to be the broken lantern, because we've proven that Maya was sitting on the spring. But why was he looking at the broken lantern? That's what I don't understand about this portion, this gimmick. Is like, I don't know how to like give the correct answer to the game to the way that it wants it.
This is a tough one.
We could try this.
Objection!
Not quite.
Seems like all the action happens on the last frame, so let's try that.
Objection!
Did it work?
Looks like it worked.
Yeah.
I think it was because of the fact the sound of wind plus the flame flickering was enough of the proof.
Your benevolence. I found a new contradiction.
You did? Humph. No doubt it is, but another of your vile attempts to slander my insights.
Nope. Take a good look at what the victim saw. It just might change your mind. The lantern flame behind the accused was flickering.
My wind theory worked. Everyone mentioned that wind, and like, you know what? The wind had to have something. Thank you, everyone. That was a group win. There's nothing unusual about that, especially as the wind had stirred.
No, that's where you're wrong. If the accused had been standing in the spring, then what you see here should be one of the lanterns flanking the statue.
I fail to see your point.
My point is, something is wrong here. The two lanterns flanking the statue were both outfitted with glass wind guards. So neither lantern's flame should have been flickering in the wind in the first place.
So how is there so the victim backed away? That's what I'm trying to figure out. There's big contradictions here. Like, he's clearly seeing the broken lantern, but at the same time he's seeing, like, he's hearing the water as he's approaching Maya. Something's not adding up.
She seems pretty tickled, Nick. I don't remember saying anything funny.
I fail to see what you wish to prove here, but very well. I shall refine the vision and reveal the truth for all to see. Once again, 100% would be perfect, would be grateful at the beginning. Oh, blessed Mitama, I beseech you, fix your sight upon the lantern there. Oh.
Huh? That lantern doesn't have a wind guard on it.
Then why did it move?
The wind?
But it has a wind guard.
I'm sorry, did I read that wrong? I thought it said doesn't.
Let's see.
Yeah, it says it doesn't have a wind guard on it.
Huh. And rightly so. For the wind guard was removed to reveal the sacred flame within the rite of fire.
But wouldn't that imply that this happened much later?
That will imply that this is the last bit of the ceremony. Our theory's working. We're backdooring our way into our theory. We're getting dragged face first by the game. The game's like, oh, you're doing great. And we're just like hanging on there. "No, thanks, game. I have no clue what's going on, but thanks. Therefore, there is nothing odd about the flame flickering.
Say what? But when we searched the crime scene, those lanterns had their wind guards on.
That's because the police put them back on. The sacred flames have burned uninterrupted for hundreds of years, Defense. We could not risk them being extinguished, even during an investigation.
That would never fly back home.
Phoenix, this is Gumshoe. You got Gumshoe back home.
Yeah.
Well, Barbed Head, are you done quibbling? Oh, you know if this was happening in, like, a standard game, Gumshoe would probably put out the flame by mistake.
Probably.
Who's the guy in the white? He is the new prosecutor. He's the prosecutor for this game.
Prosecutor Shadmati.
Every in this game, it's not like a typical game where there's like a clear villain. The prosecutors are basically your villains because they're like going against your client. So he's kind of quote unquote the antagonist of this game. Well, Barbed Head, are you done quibbling? If so, then it's time to bow down before this testimony of the Mitama.
Ah! Nick! Don't worry, Maya. I'm just getting started. All right. Let's go over everything we know so far. Maya was wearing Lady Kira's robe and standing in the spring. The High Priest is thought to have been moving toward her. So I should look for sensations that stand in contradiction to this arrangement.
Okay.
I won't give up. I'm going to find a contradiction that will undermine the accusation against Maya.
Well, I mean, 13 lines, that is true, but Clavier is a little different. He was different from all the other prosecutors. And it's not a perfect one-to-one. Not all the prosecutors are like straight up evil, but they're an obstacle for you to overcome. And sometimes that's all an antagonist is an obstacle. Let's see here. Okay. We have to find sensations that will contradict it. Antagonists can be literally good guys if the protagonist is evil. Exactly. Antagonist is just basically whoever the person going against the protagonist of the story. The victim commenced the purification rites by bowing to the lanterns and reading. Is there any other additional reading? No. No, it does not. Wait, when Imane bows to the lantern on the right, it's broken. But when Lady Kira is there, the lantern is not broken. Yeah, it is broken right there. Good catch, guys.
Nice.
Nice catch. Now, which statement contradicts this? By bowing to the lanterns. You know what?
Yeah.
Let's start with this one. Because I think this broken one is the one that is the contradiction right here.
Would make sense.
Objection!
Better stay on the third statement. Ah, damn it. It's the same text every single time, but since it's a different portion, the game won't let you fast forward it. Well, if that's the case, then it's probably this one if it's going to be the third statement then.
Okay.
Let's try it again.
Objection!
No.
We have the key. We're just trying to find the lock. What's my thoughts on Ghostbusters? The movie's all right. I don't think it's the best movie ever.
Are we talking about the original version?
Yeah. I never watched the remake.
I didn't either. I did not hear many good things about the remake anyway.
I don't think it's that. It's not the broken one? Okay, let's just consult. What does Maya have to say about this?
Maya, help. Maya, I can't find any contradictions. Come on, Nick. A bit early to throw in the towel, don't you think? Didn't notice anything wrong with the sensations that appeared as a word just now.
It's not a remake, it's a reboot. I mean, isn't there another one that's related to like Ice Age or Frozen or something?
What? A reboot?
There was like a Frozen Kingdom or something that just came out this year, I think.
Oh, Ghostbusters. Something like that, yeah.
Well, then maybe the contradiction is what about in me saw.
I think there's something fishy about the things we can more clearly see now.
Yeah, we noticed that, but how? What's the combination?
Also, we should focus on not only the sensations, but the updated insight as well. Right. Thanks, Maya.
There's an updated insight?
Apparently.
He's at the broken one right there. We've already done this combination. Yeah, he moves. After he reads that scroll, he's in a different location. You can see chips in it. Yeah, I see what's going on. This is a broken, it is broken. He lowered the Sultra. Suddenly, he rushed the accused and tried to fight off. It was then that the victim felt an intense pain. I believe he was stabbed. I said rewind and point out the chip. Which chip? Have we done this one? Like this combo?
Objection!
Oh.
No, I don't think we did. But it didn't work anyway.
Which is the spring side lantern? The spring side lanterns are the ones that are not broken. So the spring side lanterns are here and here. So probably did it too early. Too early? What? So when he starts, he's facing this broken lantern, but then he's turned around. Since Taurus didn't bow to that lantern. I'm just going to say, this is the second time we've done this mechanic. I'm not a fan of this at all.
I don't blame you.
The perspective is flipped. It's like I get the contradiction. There's the contradiction. We have it. We have it. We just don't know how to tell the game we have the contradiction.
Computer says no.
Victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. Is there different systems in the other games? Yes, there's various different things. The first 3 games didn't have like a kind of like a mini game related type thing when it came to the courtrooms. Starting with the 4th game, 4th and 5th game had like a kind of something where you had to find some sort of like tell or something. We've been here for 2 hours. We're still in the insight. Yeah, because I figured the first court case is going to be just this, because we haven't met any witnesses or anything like that. Okay, we start. We have Maya. There's the first one. He bows. Bows to the second one. You can clearly tell it's broken right here.
Huh? You know, I just noticed something weird.
What's that?
Why is the top broken on one side and the bottom broken on another side?
That is a good question. Best to now point it out. Let's try it here.
Objection!
I don't understand, but we got
I
it.
don't either.
Whatever.
What could this possibly mean?
Whatever, Kane. You know what? You're the last of the Phoenix Wright hexology. I won't whine too much.
That lantern clearly contradicts the insight. But this contradiction will overturn the entire case I've been building.
Are you all right, Mr. Wright? 1 minute you shout out, and the next you fall silent.
Oh, it's just my trademark, Your Honor. Perhaps it's like the... Oh, what's up?
I was gonna make. This is why we hate different cultures.
Oh my god. Perhaps it's like the bellow of one who is barreling down a hill with no way of stopping. We're done with the insights now? Oh, thank God. Is that not right, Prosecutor Shamade? Oh, he sees it too. He's not happy.
Don't get cold feet now, Phoenix. Even if this overturns the entire case you built so far, the only way is to keep moving forward, because that's where we'll find the truth. Sorry, but I'm not barreling down a hill. In fact, I'm in full control of everything with the indisputable contradiction I found.
Is that so?
The lantern behind the accused clearly, no, blatantly contradicts your insight.
Does it now?
One of the lanterns on the entrance side of the inner sanctum was broken. And if you watch what Abbott in me saw in his final moment, you will notice that the lantern behind the praying form of Miss Fey is broken. The lantern behind Lady Kira, however, is still intact. In short, we are seeing two different lanterns in this seance vision.
How could this be? And even if it was so, how would that contradict my insights?
Let me start by saying the claim I'm about to raise will overturn the case I built thus far.
Will the defense please explain himself?
Based on the broken lantern, we can tell
Maya and Bootmi's position, the lantern positions.
could
We
it
could-
be that Abbott turned around?
I think that's the thought process.
Okay.
So we could tell their positions. Wait. If the broken lantern, based off the broken lantern, we can tell the lantern. Am I overthinking it? The lantern positions? Because the broken ladder.
If Abbott
when he had his paper in front of his face turned around.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so then the figure was in the spring?
What I'm thinking is both of them kind of are true because the broken lantern can help us figure out where we're like the broken lantern is always going to be right here. You can't you can't fix the lantern and then break another one.
Uh-huh.
But at the same time, we can use that broken lantern to kind of figure out where Maya and the killer, Maya and the victim's locations are.
Okay, so then I guess it is the first option.
They both kind of work. Let's just go with the first option then.
Where the accused and the victim were standing.
But did you not just finish asserting that the accused was standing somewhere else?
I did. And I built my argument on that faulty premise. But thankfully, it has led us here. To the actual spot where Maya Fey was standing.
Oh, and the actual spot Maya Fey was standing.
I must say, if the defense keeps changing its assertions in such a capricious manner, its credibility may come into question.
I'm willing to take that risk, Your Majesty, because I believe this will be the last time. I'd like to start by pointing out the actual spot where the accused was standing.
Very well. Show us where you believe the accused was actually standing.
Based on the location of the broken lantern, where was Maya really standing?
She was standing right here because, correct me if I'm wrong, the broken lantern was when we saw Maya, but the non-broken lantern was when we saw Lady Kira.
Yeah, that's it.
So she was standing right about here.
Take that!
I wasn't thinking straight before, but now it's all falling into place. We know the victim had stepped into the spring. That means Maya Fey had to have been standing in the water as he approached. However, his memory, which has only now become clear, reveals that Miss Fey was standing by the side of the broken lantern. In other words, she was standing where she was supposed to be according to the custom.
And then Lady Kira, whoever this Lady Kira is standing right at the spring in the second half of the insight. Does that not bring us back to the very beginning?
No, this is where things take a different turn, and I mean literally. The victim had to have been moving toward the spring. That means that while he was moving, he had his back turned toward the accused.
What's this? Do you mean to say the victim turned around during the rite? But such an image appears nowhere in the seance's vision.
Actually, it does appear. It's just that no one noticed until now.
No one noticed? How could no one have noticed something so big?
There was a moment when the scripture the victim was holding was all we could see. Thanks to that, none of us could tell that he was in fact turning around in that moment.
If it is as the defense asserts, then her benevolence's insights no longer make sense. How do you intend to explain that?
Objection!
I don't need to explain anything, because that, just as you said, Prosecutor Shadmati, her benevolence's insights don't make any sense because they contain a huge error.
Hey, RGX, how you doing? Such insolence!
A huge error, you say? Please do explain.
The huge error is...
The order of the right, the crime scene, the number of people there. Don't make any sense because they contain a huge error. The huge error is...
Could be the number of people.
Yeah, makes sense. I think we're going to be proving right here. The order of the right. I mean, the order of the right does kind of make sense, but at the same time, we have the rights written down in the guide. Yeah, I agree with Super Saiyans. I think it is the number of people because we're proving that there's a third person here.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm overthinking
I
everything.
believe this is what happened at the scene of the crime. The victim was reading a sutra when suddenly he sensed someone behind him. He immediately looked back to see someone dressed as Lady Kira standing there. Wishing to see who it was, he approached the robed figure. That's when he was stabbed.
This cannot be!
Oh, but it can, and it is. The insight stating the accused stabbed the victim is wrong. And that is the real truth behind this testimony of the dead.
Polika! Polika!
Are you suggesting that there was someone else at the scene of the crime?
Have I misunderstood? The voice of the Midima yet again? This can't be!
She fainted over that.
Yeah.
Whew, that was a close one. But I managed to divine the true meaning behind the seance vision somehow. I should add these new facts to the court record.
Your benevolence, please allow me to take it from here. I will overturn the brash accusations of this faithless, putrid-minded lawyer. Yes, I shall place my trust in you. Take her away, Nana.
Are you sure about this, Prosecutor Shadmati?
My work as an international prosecutor has taken me to courtrooms around the world. And in that time, I have learned to perform last rites for souls in trials lacking a seance.
Yes, of course. Forgive my ludicrous inquiry.
Moreover, I have with me a forensic investigator from overseas. I will show you all the most magnificent last rites ever seen.
I guess he really does think highly of Emma and her forensics expertise. I'm impressed that he's come to understand their value. Then again, he is an international prosecutor who's solved tough cases around the world. Time to hunker down, huh?
Now then, let us continue with today's proceedings. Could the defense please tell us who this third party dressed as Lady Kira was? Your new claim has negated the insights of the royal priestess. So I trust you have some evidence to support it, correct?
Do you have to figure out who the murderer is? Yes, most of the time, you figure out who the murderer is. Almost every single time, though. No, I think every single time, the murderer will take the stand to try to bury your client. And then you just have to use your evidence to prove it was them.
Yes, of course. This third party must have really wanted to kill the High Priest. I might be able to identify who it was if I had evidence of their murderous intent.
Well, we are waiting, Mr. Wright.
The evidence that can reveal the identity of the third party is this.
Senior member of the insurgent leadership and former paratrooper of a foreign land, wanted for crimes against the kingdom, considered armed and dangerous, contacted authorities.
I don't think it's that murder poster because we haven't tied him to the murder yet.
Do not perform the rites. I know what you are planning.
Ooh, okay, that's it.
Take that!
3 days before the purification rite, the victim received a warning letter from an unidentified individual.
He did?
Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the High Priest. The letters said, "Do not perform the rite." But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the High Priest was murdered.
Who do you suppose sent that letter?
A person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself.
And the crowd goes wild.
Peace! I don't understand. I had heard the Lady Kira that has been in the news of late only hunted rebels. If so, why would she have killed the High Priest?
Excellent question. Maybe it would help to think of it this way. What if the High Priest had secretly been a rebel?
The High Priest? He could possibly have been a rebel.
The High Priest? A devout follower of Koreanism? A rebel? Do you even comprehend the blasphemy of which you speak? Well, do you?
I, too, found it hard to believe at first. But as I continued my investigation, it started to become more and more plausible.
I love whenever he says it, he has this like shitting grin. He's like, "Yep, it is not blasphemy, Your Honor. It is true." The third party was the rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the priest was a rebel. Your mockery of Koreanism. No. of the kingdom of Korian itself knows no bounds.
Oops.
That shameless Pulakan lawyer.
He's making a mockery of our religion!
As a faithful Korianist, I take issue with these claims. And I am loath to admit them in today's proceedings.
I don't like where this is going.
The defense's claims are but vile blasphemy, tantamount to spitting on the Holy Mother.
Is it really that big a deal, Maya? Abbot Edme was a distinguished monk, and very well respected too, so yeah.
You pissed off like 99% of the country. More like 99.5. Maybe 6.
Please don't let this turn into an international incident.
Can you imagine Edward reading the paper? He's like, Jesus, Phoenix, what you do? But fear not, good people of Korian. The rantings of the putrid-brained lawyer who seeks to sully the soul of the deceased shall come to no avail once I conclude these last rites. I love how the music cuts off right when he does the clap.
It's something.
The prosecution's assertion that the accused killed the victim remains unchanged.
But the victim was stabbed in the abdomen. How is it possible when he had his back turned towards Maya Fey? Someone else must have killed him.
Objection.
Are you sure about that? You may have invalidated the seance, but do not let it go to your putrid head. The karmic flow of this trial is, as yet, still in my hands.
How can you be so confident?
Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. And I shall prove that by calling a new witness to the stand. An eyewitness who will deliver a definitive answer that will dispel the defense's doubts.
An eyewitness?
Very well. Let us call this eyewitness to the stand.
Oh, no, it's this guy.
It's him again!
It's the lizard muncher.
Oh, no. Well, now. He has to be the shaggiest witness I have ever laid eyes upon. Please state your name and occupation.
Did you do him or did I do him?
I think I don't remember what I did, and plus I got like, I got Maya, Phoenix, and the judge, so do you mind?
Okay. I don't mind at all. I'm, you know, that so-and-so, whatchamacallit? Yeah! Anonymous TBD. Anonymous to be determined.
Wow.
Anonymous TBD. At least that's what they've been calling me.
TBD? As in to be determined? Can you just tell us your real name?
The witness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering him asthmatic. Therefore, I named him Anonymous TBD in my reports, but he thinks TBD is part of his name. What a dumbass!
Objection!
You're letting an amnesiac testify?
Have no fear. I've already questioned him at length. While it is true that he's utterly forgotten his name and past, his memory of what he witnessed is still very much intact.
Considering the dearth of information, any new knowledge may be of help. Therefore, I will permit his testimony. Now, Mr. Imus, please tell us what you saw.
Witness testimony. You sure this guy isn't Hobo Gumshoe?
Wouldn't that be funny?
That night, I was up at the top of Mount Pony Pony, the mountain next to the inner sanctum.
Pony, pony, pony.
Pony, 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 pony. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. I know it's a no-no, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum. I just want to see something.
There's no way he could have seen inside the tent.
Exactly. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger.
There's no way you saw Miss Face stab the victim with a dagger. I swear I don't know what he's talking about. Or don't remember at any rate.
Mount Pony Pony, the beautiful mountain that is also known as Little Sanctum.
They must be talking about that similar mountain from the poster.
Yep, that one right there, 2298 meters.
Mr. Imus, I was wondering.
What can I do for you?
The inner sanctum lies at a high elevation where the clouds and fog can obscure the view. Are you sure you were able to see what happened from the mountaintop next to it?
Good point.
His Majesty raises an excellent question. Well, Mr. Imus?
On the day of the rite, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I had a perfect view. If you don't believe me, check the weather forecast in the paper that day.
Nick, don't we have a newspaper for that day?
Yeah, let's take a look. Does say calm, clear skies, doesn't it?
See? Told you so!
Well, it would appear that the witness has offered testimony worth hearing.
Mr. Imus, I, too, have a question for you.
Didn't he already question the witness?
Well, that's what I'm here for, right? Shoot! How was the accused holding the dagger? Was she holding it underhanded? Its blade protruding from the bottom of her hand? Yep, I believe she was. I call it the reverse grip. Ah, I thought as much.
Hold it!
Hold it right there. What bearing does that have on this case?
Let me get my butterfly. Cease your interruptions, you putrid-headed lawyer. Do you not see the significance in how the blade was held?
Why don't you enlighten me, oh enlightened one?
I knew you were a fool. I could already picture you in your next life.
Next life?
Yes, after your soul writhes for centuries in the pits of hell. You shall be reborn as a witless sea urchin, with barbs limited to your posterior. You shall live a short, inconsequential life, only to be brutally devoured by a sea otter. Just frickin' roasted him.
That was a bit excessive. I simply asked what the dagger grip had to do with the case.
Now, pay attention. How the accused held the dagger is of vital importance. With such information, you can infer exactly what actions she took. You were saying that the victim was killed while he had his back to the accused. Is that correct?
Yes?
As such, the accused's dagger grip tells us something very important. The accused approached the victim from behind, swung her arms around him, and plunged the dagger deep into his abdomen with a reverse grip.
What?
Thus, Mr. Anonymous's testimony clears up any doubt that might remain.
Ha 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 ha! And it coincides with her benevolence's insight as well.
This is a disaster! I thought I'd blown those insights out of the water, but now they're back to haunt me!
Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness.
The night of the murder.
Hold it!
Are you sure you're not mistaken, Mr. Imus? Was it really Mount Pony that you climbed?
Oh, I'm sure of it. It was a really pony-ish mountain.
What does that even mean?
I'll see you later, Nemu. Thanks for stopping by. You know, now that I think about it, it was a mighty fine view.
Hold it!
If you hate crowds, then why bother climbing to the top?
I was just saying it's night, he said. Oh, okay.
Couldn't you have just easily prayed at the bottom of Mount Pony?
Wrong, bucko. This is a once-a-year epic event. I wanted to pray as close to the actual thing as possible.
If you're so gung-ho about it, why didn't you go pray at the Plaza of Devotion?
Like I said, I hate crowds. I wanted to pray in peace.
Oh, Holy Mother. Why do I always get the annoying ones?
And my burning faith demanded that I climb up the mountain closest to the inner sanctum. Also,
Hold it!
Since nobody was around, there's nobody who can corroborate your actions either.
yo, you're exactly right.
In that case, Mr. Imus, let me ask you this. Was there a reason you didn't want to be seen?
About that. If you get caught climbing the surrounding mountains on the day of the rite, you could get in big, big trouble.
That's it?
Oh, I just realized that he could also go har 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 har. He could do the Freddy Fazbear.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
get the joke.
Yeah, it's totally embarrassing getting yelled at when you're a grown up. Har 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 har.
Yeah, you're a real grown-up, all right.
And since nobody was around, I lost all inhibition and let's press it just in case something else pops up.
You had a pair of binoculars with you? That's pretty convenient. You weren't planning to spy on the right all along, were you?
Actually, I just happen to have them for bird watching.
Bird watching, huh? I see. You're not going to keep pressing him on. You're not going to keep pressing him on this? Pretty sketchy as heck, but I don't really have anything I can really sink my teeth into yet. Oh, okay then.
I love the great outdoors. That's just the kind of guy I am. A guy called Anonymous TBD.
He's really starting to get on my nerves.
As I looked through my binoculars, I couldn't believe what was unfolding before me. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. I think I'm gonna press it right now.
Objection!
Oh. That didn't work.
Take a look at this piece of evidence. Anything come to mind? Oh, we were down to one last piece of life anyway. Well?
Did the defense have something he would like to say?
I seriously thought that was it. Oh well. All right, Mr. Freddy Fazbear, we'll get you. Maybe presented in the fourth statement? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Let's try it this time.
Objection!
Maybe, guess not.
Maybe the fence?
Can we present the fence specifically?
We can.
Objection!
Your Majesty. I had my doubts about this bushy-bearded witness, but now I know we can't trust him.
What? You aren't just judging me solely by my bodacious beard, are you?
Not at all, Mr. Immus. It's much more than your sketchy appearance. It's your sketchy testimony.
His testimony, you say?
I thought the elevation was enough, but the fence also makes sense.
Yes. Recall how the inner sanctum was that day. Specifically, that it was completely enclosed by the ritual curtain.
Why, yes. I believe you're right.
The curtain would have completely blocked the witness's view from Mount Pony Pony. Therefore, he couldn't possibly have seen the murder happen.
Ho ha!
Mr. Imus, have you been knowingly making false statements to the court?
Well, Hey! You got me!
The witness will lower his voice.
I didn't actually see the accused herself.
He didn't actually see the accused herself? What's that supposed to mean?
Let me set the record straight. I beg ya. The night of the murder. Amended. I saw the shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. She was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused, reverse gripping that dagger.
That is unbelievable. Unreliable as heck. Shadows? That's what you saw?
That's right. I could see what was going on by the shadows projected on the ritual curtain.
In the future, Mr. Imus, I would rather you offer up an accurate testimony from the start.
Forgive me, my main man, Mr. Magistrate. Chalk it up for to my fuzzy memory. Though he saw but shadows, it is still valuable testimony.
You have to be kidding me. What are we going to do now, Nick? All I can think of is look for inconsistencies between the actual right and what Mr. Imus says he saw.
Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness once more.
Wait, do we have the right in our testimony? Or in our court record? We do not, but we probably, if we press them. Because according to the right, we saw it was the masked Akira that killed him.
Okay.
Hold it!
So what you saw were simply shadows?
That's right. Those shadow figures on that bright white curtain. They show through plain as day. I could see everything that happened.
But Miss Faye and Abbott and me were at the top of the mountain late at night. The only light up there was coming from 4 small lanterns. How could the shadows have been projected that clearly onto the curtains?
No wonder people harp on you lawyers. You're always so dang skeptical. The lanterns weren't the only source of light, you know.
Hold it!
You claim to have seen the shadowy figures that were projected onto the ritual curtain. But did you really see them, Mr. Imus?
Of course I did. The bright moonlight projected them onto the curtain, clear as day. It was like watching a scene out of a horror movie from my front row seat on Mount Pony Pony.
I guess the moon does shine a bit brighter when you're way up there. Maya, do you recall how bright the moon was that night? I remember there weren't any clouds, and the moon was definitely out. But I don't remember if it could cast any shadows. Okay, thanks. Can't deny that the moon was really bright. Which means it's possible that it was bright enough to cause shadows to appear.
I remember it. I remember just I remember it just like it happened.
Hold it!
Hang on. How do you know it was Miss Faye if all you saw were shadows?
It was that little bun on top of her head. Didn't need to see her face. That distinctive bob is a dead giveaway. Never underestimate my keen sense of observation. Now that's one funny haircut.
It's not nice to make fun of a girl's hairstyle.
But I do it all the time.
Oh my gosh.
I like my hair this way. Besides, you wouldn't talk, you Sasquatch.
You're not into this wild, manly look I'm sporting? Shows what you know, little girl.
Nick. Isn't there some kind of crime you could charge him with?
I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. Now he claims he only saw shadows? His testimony is sketchy written all over it.
There must be an inconsistency in there somewhere.
Yep. Was he really watching everything from Mount Pony Pony? So then I should see how his testimony lines up with the conditions of a right.
All right, I'm going to be right back. Doing bathroom break.
All right. All right,
Oh.
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. I'm back as well.
Oh, welcome back.
Okay, so I saw their shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain. The figures were created by light of the full moon on the clearing.
Does the weather report say anything about a full moon?
The rite itself is a full moon.
Okay. Something about that cloth.
This right here?
Yeah, there's a bunch of prayer flags stuck together, right?
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Go back. The entrance was shut during the rite.
He's saying that he saw because of shadows.
Oh, the shadows projected onto it?
Yes.
Oh.
No one's talking. Wait, do I have it? Yeah, I have it. Yeah, sorry, Mario Plush. We were taking a bathroom break. You might have missed it when we were saying that. I'm still thinking, how did he see it? If he was saying he was right around here. But I don't know if that's... I'm sorry?
I just found a scab on my leg, and I don't know how I did that to myself.
Oh, don't you just love finding those?
No, this is like, how the heck did this happen? What did I hit my leg on?
Let's see here. Doesn't the moon shown as directly above? Yeah, but it still can have enough light, like projecting the silhouettes. That kind of still makes sense. I saw their shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtains. I'm still wondering how. I think it might be this, because of although would
I don't have any
12,
other ideas.
12 meters really cause that much of a thing? Wait, does the moon show directly above us? Because if it's directly above, then the shadows would be directly below.
I don't know. It's in the oh, bloody Heisenberg. I don't even remember what it's called.
Look at the right guide, as someone says.
Yeah, that's it.
Purification Rite is a 3-part ceremony held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony.
If it's directly over, then there would be no shadows, because if the moonlight's going directly down on them...
That's what everyone's saying.
We could try it. I mean, we don't have any other ideas. It didn't work.
Let it go and move on. Abandon this folly. You know very well your evidence proves nothing.
Nice try, but you can't make me give up. I'm going to prove I'm right.
You can point your finger as much as you want, but you're simply wasting your time. It is a pitiful sight to see a lawyer who doesn't know when he is beat.
I just need to hang in there a little longer.
The lanterns have those caps, right? If they have them, how can they cast any shadow? No, he's not saying because he's not saying the lantern lights. We kind of brought that up when we pressed him. He's saying it's the light of the full moon that's causing this. And 13 lines saying in the inconsistencies in the second statement, the figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night.
Objection!
I didn't mean to do that.
What? We got it right?
Okay, then. I still don't understand. I don't understand the contradiction with that, though.
Was that actually the first time we ever actually accidentally got the right answer?
I think so.
Wow. You saw okay.
Oh, whoop, sorry.
You saw silhouettes projected by moonlight. Sorry, but that's just not possible.
What do you mean? How is it not possible that it was totally possible? That's impossible!
I think I'm going to need a logistical translation on that.
Because the moon is above, the shadows would be underneath you?
Or logical ace? Logical ace? I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't think the moon doesn't work the same way as the sun, though, right?
No, the moon's a satellite of Earth, and it reflects the sun's light off of it. The sun is the center of the solar system.
Yeah, and if the sun was, if it was high noon. Yeah, but if it would make sense if it was like high noon. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't get the.
Look at this right guide, shall we? Let's take a look at this rights guide, shall we, Mr. Imus? The right is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony.
Do.
So if the moon was shining from the west, any shadows would have been cast eastward.
Wait, what? If it was directly over Mount Pony Pony.
The shadows.
Oh, it would have been right here. Okay, that makes sense.
But Mr. Imus was standing to the west of the inner sanctum on Mount Pony Pony.
It's like the Emperor's New Groove meme. It's like, oh yeah, it's all coming together now.
Oh, holy mother!
That's right. Our witness here couldn't have seen any shadowy figures on the curtain.
No way!
Perhaps it was the sacred flame of the lantern that cast the shadows he saw?
I'm afraid not. I inspected them during my investigation, but the flames were too small to cast crisp, distinct figures Mr. Imus claims to have seen.
But I did see those silhouettes, really.
How could he, Nick? Maybe he was someplace else where they were visible. Wait, don't tell me. Your Majesty. If Mr. Imus really did see those shadows, it brings a brand new fact into light.
And that would be?
The brand new fact that comes to light if Mr. Imus really did see those shadows is he was somewhere else.
Had it been somewhere else.
I think I know what it's getting at.
The prayer flags?
Exactly. He wasn't where he...
Oh, sorry, I thought you already read that.
He wasn't where he claimed to be at the time of the murder.
Dude.
Oh?
Oh? Then where do you propose the witness was?
Someplace where he could have seen the shadowy figures, naturally. Wait, you mean... None of the mountains east of the inner sanctum are close enough for a good view. That leaves only one place he could have seen the shadows from.
And where might that be?
This is where Mr. Imus was at the time of the murder.
The inner
The
sanctum.
inner sanctum. Mr. Imus was at the inner sanctum, just outside the curtain on the east. That's the only place which he could have seen the shadowy figures.
Ho-ha!
Really? Wow! I even think of that?
But wasn't the inner sanctum off limits to all but the victim and the accused?
And the third party was who was there, and the third party who was there, you mean? I get the feeling that's a subject Prosecutor Shadmati would rather not touch right now.
Oh, you mean?
That's right. This witness was at the scene of the crime. Which means he's the mysterious third party we saw during the divination seance. He could be the one who dressed as Lady Kira and killed the High Priest.
Gah!
What?
Objection.
No one but the two participants were allowed anywhere near the inner sanctum. And the only way up there are the stairs that start down at the Plaza of Devotion. So tell me, how do you propose the witness entered that sacred space?
Oh, he must have... I haven't thought that far ahead.
The sanctum has sheer cliffs on 3 sides and a steep towering rock face on the other. No one could have made it there by climbing the faces of those cliffs.
His Majesty speaks true. To say Mr. Imus was at such an inaccessible location is but a bid to tarnish his credibility. Spider-Man could have. Spider-Man is the one who killed him. Is that not right? Right! I wasn't in the inner sanctum. No, sir, no how. At least I'm pretty sure I wasn't.
Hold it!
Then what about those silhouettes you claim to have seen?
I'm starting to think you've been imagining things.
What the? This is insane!
I knew we couldn't trust that lawyer. He's trying to frame the witness.
Peace! Peace, I say!
This is impossible! Unless I can show how we got to the inner sanctum. It just looks like I'm trying to slander Mr. Emus. I believe in you, Nick. Rah, rah, sis boomba! Fight, fight, Phoenix right!
Just look at the
Just
accused.
look at the
Oh, sorry.
Just look at the accused. Has she no shame? What's your problem, lady? Phoenix Wright is very trustworthy, I'll have you know.
I can see Maya just jumping into the gallery box. She got some nerve for a criminal. I bet that lawyer poisoned her mind.
Please, Maya, you're only making it worse!
Oh, she's going in with the elbow.
I appreciate the vote of confidence, but it's probably best to keep yourself, but it's probably best to keep it to yourself for now.
I would advise the defense to think clearly before making any more sudden outbursts.
And she has the folding chair.
Yes, your majesty. If I wasn't the bad guy before, I definitely am now.
Now, Mr. Emmis, I would like you to think back carefully before you testify next about where you were that night. I was never in the inner sanctum, I tell you. That much I'm sure of, even with my fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place. Boy, you lawyers sure are scary.
I guess it might have been impossible for him to get to the inner sanctum like he claims, but
Now, will you desist in trying to frame this innocent witness?
Mr. Wright, is it not time to end these cross-examinations?
Butterfly in the sky. A moment of desperation leads to 100 million years of torment. It means that for each moment a sinner spends struggling to deny their sins, 100 million years of torment are added to their time in hell.
Cryonism is the strictest religion ever.
And just so you know, you've already accrued 200 million extra years. Plus the 5 they started with.
Sure, what's another 200 million, give or take? Well, it's a big deal to me! I can't keep saying that the witness was there at the inner sanctum if I can't prove it. Problem is, how am I going to do that?
You go to hell before you die.
Hold it!
Are you sure you weren't there?
All I'm sure of is that you're deeply skeptical. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, are all lawyers always like this? Most certainly. They always try to pin crimes on innocent witnesses without any proof whatsoever. They are no better than bacteria or viruses. Yikes! You mean he's contagious? He's gonna give me lawyeritis!
Okay, this is getting ridiculous.
Phew, that was a close one. He almost put me there at the scene of the crime when I wasn't even there.
Hold it!
You just said your memory was fuzzy.
I sure did. What's the big deal?
I'll tell you what. Your testimony isn't very credible if your memory of the event is fuzzy.
Oh, no worries there. My memory may be fuzzy, but I'm very clear on one thing.
Here we go again.
Isn't that butterfly guy a prosecutor? Yeah, but prosecutors are different in this culture. If you ask me whether or not I remember what I did that night, I'd say I do.
In short, you are confident that your testimony is true. Is that correct, Mr. Emus?
Exactly. Guess you don't get to be a judge for nothing. So in closing, I can clearly say that I was totally not there.
Hold it!
I wonder if it was really possible for you to get to the inner sanctum.
If you have something to say, just say it.
Couldn't there have been another way to get there? A way that wouldn't attract attention?
No, there isn't.
Which means there is.
Perhaps the defense would like to share its theory with us?
I don't even have a wild guess, let alone a theory, though. Time to reach into my bag of bluffs. To reach the inner sanctum without attracting any attention.
Climbed up the cliff. He came from the plaza. He fell from the sky. He came
mean,
from
if
the battle
everybody-
bus.
If everybody was on their face praying, he came from the plaza. Doesn't sound all that unreasonable.
I'm thinking what's going on is these prayer flags might have been stitched together for a rope.
I find it. Well, he would have had to get to the inner sanctum to do that.
True. He climbed up the cliff. He came from the plaza. He fell from the sky. I mean, even though everyone was face down praying, wasn't there a gate?
I can't remember all that well.
I don't think it's from the plaza. He fell from the sky. Could be possible. He climbed up the cliff. I feel as if the cliff might have been it, even though it is
It's too-
improbable.
It's too rough of a mountain to climb up.
Oh yeah, true.
Look,
It's
that's
sheer.
a 90-degree angle. Nobody could climb that.
Fell from the sky. You know what? Fell from the sky. Doesn't this? You know what? Now that I think about it,
There is a prison up there.
there is a prison. He could have. This kind of looks like a parachute almost.
Oh.
Battle bus theory time, boys.
Maybe you fell from the sky?
The lawyer thinks he's a comedian now. I was wondering what crazy theory you would propose next. Well, defense, let's hear it.
Mr. Emus could have, parachuted. Oh my gosh. That is actually where this is going.
Let's go.
We already know the weather was clear and there was no wind to speak of. Perfect weather for skydiving, I'd say.
Now that you have been backed into a corner, your delusions grow even more delusional. The inner sanctum is on a tiny ledge upon a sheer cliff over 2,000 meters tall. One misstep and a skydiver would soon find themselves in the Twilight Realm. Yeah, I don't care how still the wind is. Even I couldn't have made that jump.
Wait, what's this building on the top of the sacred mountain?
That is the Royal Penitentiary number 4. There we go. Confirmation. And I think I know who Mr. Anonymous is.
Oh my. Right, Princess Rafa mentioned there was a prison up there. How do you get your prisoners up there anyway?
Catapult. By helicopter, but only with authorization from the Minister of Justice. He is the only one that can approve flights that pass over the inner sanctum. Shave his face and expose him with today's sponsor, Manscaped. Might I add, defense, that no parachute or any other equipment necessary for skydiving have been found. Are you saying I flew down here by flapping my arms? I may be an incredible dude, but even I'm not capable of that.
Well, please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Imus.
You want to just try it?
Why not?
Objection!
It worked. Mr. Imus is right. He couldn't have skydived down there without any gear.
Well now, finally came around, have you? Now you can see that I couldn't have possibly been there at the inner sanctum.
Right. If you didn't have any gear, that is.
What on earth are you talking about?
That overreaction is a dead giveaway that I'm on the right track. Take a look at this piece of evidence.
Those are prayer flags, are they not?
Yes, but they have been sewn together to create one big banner. A banner that could also function like a parachute.
Polikana.
The people of Karian are so used to seeing prayer flags that the police didn't even think twice about these flags during their investigation.
No, this cannot be.
The witness landed at the inner sanctum by using these prayer flags as a parachute. Is that not right, Mr. Immus?
There's no way out. I'm surrounded.
Mr. Immus?
All this talk's jogged my memory. I guess I was there at the inner sanctum after all.
As I suspected, there were 3 people there that night.
You did it, Nick! You weren't wrong after all.
Thanks. Mr. Immus. You were the one disguised as Lady Kira that night, weren't you?
What? No way, no how. It's like this, oh yeah. I was only there at the inner sanctum by accident.
By accident?
Exactly. And that thing's not a parachute, it was a homemade paraglider.
A paraglider? Are you telling me you could fly using that patchwork mess of material?
It may not look like much, but it's as sturdy as can be. I rode the wind like an eagle, going higher and higher from my earthly launching point. But then something happened that forced me to land in the inner sanctum.
So you just happened to land there? You expect me to believe that?
Oh no, please calm yourself, Mr. Wright. However, the fact that the witness was at the inner sanctum is crucial testimony indeed. And it certainly warrants further explanation. Therefore, let's continue with more testimony.
I was at the inner sanctum. That night, I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider. But just as Mount Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing in the inner sanctum. As I landed, I banged my head, causing me to lose my memory. So you see, I ended up in the inner sanctum purely by accident. Mr. Amos, you failed to mention any of this during your pre-trial questioning. Can't be helped. I mean, I'm just remembering it now. Continue such continue this slip-slop testimony, and you will be cast into the hell of hangnails.
Ooh.
That sucks. Where you shall have hangnails grow and ripped out for 800 million years. Hoo-ha! I don't think I'll pass on that.
Looks like that caught Prosecutor Shadmati off guard. This is my chance to rip his case to shreds.
Hold it!
You were enjoying a trek through the night sky with your homemade paraglider? You didn't go to pray?
A devout Quranicist like me can pray anywhere, even while flying through the sky. But I wouldn't recommend you try it. You're bound to end up dead.
Paraglider? I didn't see anything like that.
That's cause of the ritual curtain. It blocked your view. You should have seen me majestically soaring between the mountains.
Really? What do you think, Nick?
Don't ask me.
I was really enjoying that flight. At first, anyway.
Hold it!
Something terrible happened?
Exactly. And when I say terrible, I mean terrible.
What? Was there something unexpected near Mount Pony Pony?
What was it again?
Wait, you don't remember?
Let's just say it was terrible.
Hold it!
What exactly was this accident you had?
Good question. Now, what was it again? Wind? Oh yeah, it was the wind. And not just any wind, but a sudden gale force wind. Made me lose control.
The wind was strong enough to make you lose control?
You got that right.
Okay then. Please add that to your testimony.
Oh, I think I see the problem.
You did? I missed it.
The area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today.
Hey,
Objection!
there we go. We have a saying in my country, Mr. Immus. From one lie sprouts another.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
It means someone caught lying will lie again and intend to conceal the first lie. In other words, this current testimony is just a blatant lie you're telling to cover your tracks.
What did you just say?
You claim gale force winds cause you to lose control. But this newspaper has the weather report for the day of the murder. It says, the area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today.
Pokana!
Why? I do believe it does say that.
From one lie sprouts another. That makes sense, but... Is it really a saying back home? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I kind of made that one up.
For real?
For real?
Your Majesty.
Was that a Persona 5 reference?
The witness's testimony contains another flaw. One that's even more fatal to his cause.
More fatal, you say? The defense will explain.
Mr. Emus claims he was flying up around the inner sanctum with his paraglider. But why would it? But it would have been impossible to get all the way up there without any wind.
Why, yes, I believe you're right. But we know the witness was at the inner sanctum, so... Mr. Emus, how did you get there? And from where?
Without any wind, he could have flown up there from the bottom of the mountain. He couldn't have. By process of elimination. The only starting point that makes any sense is... Your Majesty, I believe I have the answer to your question. To reach the Inter Sanctum, Mr. Emus must have launched himself from here.
Take that!
Hoo-ha! Are you insane?
That's where he came from?
If he couldn't have come from below, the only other option is from above. So you see, Anonymous came from Royal Penitentiary number 4. From there, he could have easily reached the inner sanctum by parachute. And that means he might have also killed the High Priest. Mr. Emus, were you the third party at the inner sanctum? And the one behind the warning to halt the right that the victim received? Was it you when we saw his final memory? Are you the rebel hunter lady Kira?
Hoo-ha! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sir! Help me out of here! He just says no.
You did it! You finally left him speechless!
Oh, come on, Mr. Prosecutor, man! Quiet, you fool. You should use this time to prepare yourself for what is to come. For a fate far worse than hangnail hell awaits you now. Oh my gosh, that face. Well done, defense. I must concede this point to you. The witness did, in fact, descend to the inner sanctum from Royal Penitentiary number 4.
Huh? He didn't even put up a fight this time. That's awfully generous of him.
But if you are as perceptive as you seem, then surely you've already figured out the riddle. The riddle of Anonymous's true identity.
Oh, his true identity? We know.
We do know. We actually know what's going on at this point of the game.
Not sure I know quite yet, but I guess I'll have to answer with something.
It would seem I am the only one still in the dark here. Would the defense care to enlighten me? Who is the man we've been calling Anonymous?
The witness's true identity is... Is this really him?
Humph. Now, only now do you realize the truth. Well, please do share with us your belated insight.
What's wrong, Nick? Why are you holding back?
Because this isn't going to be very helpful to our case.
Really? Are you sure?
Unfortunately, I've got no other choice. The scruffy beard and shaggy mane completely threw me off. But it's all becoming clear now. The nighttime base jump from the mountaintop prison. The precision landing at the inner sanctum using only a homemade parachute. Only a paratrooper, or more precisely a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness, that's Arbol. That's Arbol, prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group.
What?
Grr!
The witness is an escaped prisoner?
Precisely. The police have been scouring every corner of the city to no avail. Meanwhile, he was under our noses the entire time. Hoo-ha! Didn't think anyone could see through my clever disguise. But the witness's charade is not all that has been shattered. Is it, defense?
Boy, do I hate this guy.
Please recall the defense's own words.
Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the high priest. The letter said, "Do not perform the rite." But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the high priest was murdered.
Who do you suppose sent that letter?
A person with something to hide. The rebel disguised as Lady Kira herself.
He claimed that the real killer was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira.
Yeah? And what's your point?
What of the witness's true identity?
Only a paratrooper, or more precisely a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness, that's Arbol, prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group.
Oh no!
He is a rebel and an escaped prisoner. He could not possibly have been Lady Kira, mortal enemy of the rebels.
No!
Now, perhaps the witness will enlighten us to the truth. After all, he has yet to refute any of this. Hoo-ha! You got me. I'm the razor-sharp fang of the Defiant Dragons. That's our ball. When did you get your memory back? Oh, around the time you guys were talking about there being no wind. But you gotta give me credit for making up all that testimony off the top of my head.
Are you prepared to tell us the truth now?
Well, It's true I parachuted down to the inner sanctum, but I banged my head on impact and ended up unconscious outside the ritual curtain. In short, all my eyewitness testimony was a big fat lie.
A big fat lie?
Oh, and by the way, long time no see, Yudi.
Wait, they know each other?
Your Majesty, this filthy rebel belongs in a jail cell.
Oh, yes, of course. Bailiff, seize him at once.
Seems you really have forgotten the will of the dragon, huh, Yudi? But I haven't, and no dogs of the Garan regime are gonna lay a finger on me. Alley-oop! Deploy all available resources. I want all units placed on high alert.
The escaped prisoner escaped again.
I'm starting to think the guards just don't know how to do their job in this country. The police force has been placed on high alert. He will be caught before long.
An escaped prisoner who's escaped the law again and again after giving a ton of false testimony. Talk about a troublemaker.
You really pulled a number on all of us. What was the point of all that anyway?
Well, I can't help but feel that entire episode was an enormous waste of time.
Your Majesty, perhaps it was not as great of a waste of time as you might believe.
What makes you say that, Prosecutor Shadmadi?
That's our ball dropped something as he made his escape from these halls.
That scrap of paper looks awfully familiar.
These appear to be direct orders from Dirk.
From Dirk, the rebel leader? Oh, but we only have a small corner of it.
Wait, I remember now. Your Majesty, I've seen that scrap of paper before.
You have?
The scrap of paper that's Arbol dropped is part of this. The bloodstained letter?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm just double checking though.
And this is?
I found it at the scene of the crime. It appears to be a copy of the order that Mr. Arbol dropped. If we put the two together, we should be able to read what the order says.
Do.
Oh my! And just what does it say, Mr. Wright?
I can't read Koreanese.
Prosecutor Shadmadi, if you please.
The ignorant lawyer has not bothered to learn our language. Very well then. I do not understand.
Well, what does it say?
Using the lamplight as a landmark, he was to parachute down to the inner sanctum. Upon the rite's completion, he was to don Lady Kira's robe and make his escape.
What? That is how he was to escape from prison?
So if I were to assume that Mr. Arbol was the one who killed the High Priest, then maybe it was because Abbot Emi tried to thwart his escape plan.
Oh, foul lawyer. I'm afraid that is simply ludicrous.
Huh? But I didn't say anything. Did he just read my mind?
I know how your putrid mind works. Unfortunately for you, however, now that the rebel escape plan has been revealed, it is clear that Datzal Ball is not the High Priest's killer.
How can you be so sure?
If only you could use that putrid brain of yours every once in a while. Datzal Ball's plan could not have worked without the help of a certain individual.
What do you mean?
I am speaking about Emi, of course. Had Datzal Ball simply donned Lady Kira's robe and made his escape alone, he would been too far. He would be far too conspicuous. But were he by the High Priest's side, oh, Datzal Ball that's a rebel.
Huh.
That's a rebel. I still like the Datzal Ball. Just with the how it's spelled out. The faithful citizens praying in the plaza would have no cause to suspect anything. It is, therefore, unthinkable that Datzal Ball was the High Priest's killer.
Ah!
So then you're saying the High Priest was a... Oh, I cannot bear to say it!
I am afraid it is so. He numbered among the rebels who threatened our kingdom.
How could this be?
The High Priest? A rebel?
There must be some kind of mistake! Let it go and move on. Accept the truth. It is the only way. And that goes double for you, Defense. Cease your futile battle now.
And why should I?
Because I will now put the final nail in the coffin of the accused. Now that we have eliminated Datzal Ball from the list of suspects, there's only one person that still remains. The accused, Maya Fey.
Hold it right there! Aren't you forgetting something important?
Something important? Please do explain, Defense.
We can't end this trial without looking into...
Oh, the arrow. Who shot the arrow?
Maybe?
Or the murder weapon? Oh, we don't know where the weapon is.
Oh, fair point. What about the murder weapon? We haven't found it yet.
What does it matter if it's been found or not? The fact remains that the victim was killed with it by the accused.
I also fail to see how it would be important, Mr. Wright. This is, however.
Okay, then, I guess the arrow?
I guess the arrow.
It seems there is no need to continue this trial any longer.
No, Your Majesty. There's still something important that must be brought to light. What about the arrow that was fired into the High Priest's house?
It was simply a means to deliver the warning letter to the victim.
That's more or less the same conclusion we came to yesterday. You know, I guess you're right.
Oh, then this should be just about right as well.
Okay, so the third party.
The third party.
I'm talking about the true identity of Lady Kira we saw at the Seance vision. If that wasn't That's our rebel, then who was it?
Objection.
That matter has already been resolved.
It has? What's he talking about?
It is as I have maintained from the start. There was no third party in the Seance vision.
Objection.
But there was another Lady Kira there besides Maya Fey. We all saw her.
Talk to them.
What the? I can't do my pointer finger. Or I can't do my finger point.
Yeah.
Yeah!
It is time to let it go and move on. Your fate has already been sealed, much like your arm.
This hardly seems fair.
It is quite simple once you considered where the victim and the accused were at the time. If the victim was near the spring with his back to the accused, what would he see ahead?
Besides the water itself, there's nothing but the Warbad statue.
Precisely. The Lady Kira we saw in the seance is the Warbad statue draped in the sacred robes.
No way!
The accused wanted the false Lady Kira to appear in the seance vision. Before she came from behind and stabbed the victim with the dagger in a reverse grip.
But why would the accused want to do something like create a false Lady Kira?
To show it to the victim as he was being slain.
And what reason would the accused have to fool the victim she was about to kill?
It was not the victim she was trying to fool. It was this very court itself.
Come again?
Suspicion would not fall on the accused if it looked as if there another Lady Kira was there. And the defense was foolish enough to fall for it and claim it was a third party in disguise.
Are you saying...
I am. It was all a cleverly wicked scheme perpetrated by the accused. A scheme in which she sought to use the seance's vision to mislead us.
This can't be happening!
What a face you're making, Defense. I'm surprised you're taking this so hard. After all, did I not clearly state a while back that you were chasing after naught but a deluded fantasy? Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy.
You're telling me he knew this is how it would have turned out all the way back then? That he was just waiting for the most effective moment to spring it on me?
Do you understand now? I have had you dancing in the palm of my hand this entire time.
It can't be!
This is an outrage! You took our royal priestess's sacred seance, divination seance, and used it to commit this most foul and despicable murder?
No! I did nothing of the sort!
Maya,
Nick, it's not true. I didn't.
Objection.
Cease this ugly display. Your fate is sealed now that the facts have been exposed. Your Majesty, the time has come to convict this criminal who only seeks to taint this sacred hall.
Indeed. It seems this trial is over.
Hold it!
Does the defense wish to offer up yet another counter-argument or something?
the accused is not the killer. And, here's why. Now what do I do? I've got nothing!
It would appear that the defense has run out of arguments to make.
I thought for sure that Rebel was the killer. The only person with a possible motive, the one dressed as Lady Kira, has vanished. And I've got nothing to use against Prosecutor Shadmati's argument. Damn it! I can't lose now! Not like this!
Very well then. I shall now render my verdict.
Wait! Please wait, I'm begging you!
It is time to let it go and move on.
This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then. This court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, guilty.
Ah!
Your Majesty, please forget the interruption, but... Oh. What is the meaning of this?
A body has been found. In the Plaza of Devotion, Your Majesty.
Oh,
Huh?
what's this?
A body? What happened now? And we found this sticking out of the victim.
Oh, it's the knife.
Oh my. Why, that's Lady Kira's warbot dagger!
Lady Kira, she has returned from the Twilight Realm.
She's come to defeat the rebels.
Peace!
Well, it would seem the dagger that was once lost has now been found.
I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Shadmati.
Yes.
This dagger.
It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it.
What?
What? But why would Maya's prints be on it?
I cannot believe it. Yet it must be true.
Is something the matter, Prosecutor Shadmati?
This trial has run its course, and the accused's guilt has been firmly established. However, it would seem the defense was right about one thing.
I was.
You claim that the murder at the inner sanctum had been carried out by the rebel hunter masquerading as Lady Kira.
I did say something to that effect, but what of it?
Prosecutor Shadmati, are you suggesting what I think you are?
I believe the true identity of the rebel hunter who has been masquerading as Lady Kira is none other than the accused, Miss Maya Fey.
What? Me?
What?
I realize how shocking this must seem. Looking back, however, I now realize there was much that pointed to this fact. The rebel hunting Lady Kira was first sighted about 2 years ago. And the accused first came to our kingdom 2 years ago as well.
Why, the timing matches perfectly.
But there is more. That warning letter was found in the High Priest's bedroom 3 days before the rite. Despite his house being locked up tight that night.
Objection!
How does that prove anything?
Objection!
It is difficult to believe an intruder could have found a way to enter such a secure house. However, the accused was known to come and go freely there, mainly to prepare for the purification rites.
Abbot Inmi was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind, even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions.
The accused could have easily left the house unlocked for herself without anyone noticing.
No!
If we assume that the accused was Lady Kira, that more than establishes her motive for killing the High Priest.
Yes, the victim was secretly an insurgent, bent on helping, that's Arbol, escape, after all.
Precisely. That made him a target of Lady Kira's wrath. And after killing the High Priest, she then unleashed her divine justice on another rebel. So, it seems the scope of this case has expanded. We now have 2 murders perpetrated by Miss Maya Fey, masquerading as Lady Kira.
If Miss Fey is indeed a serial killer, it would affect the severity of our punishment. In light of this, I believe this second murder must be investigated before we can proceed.
As you wish, Your Majesty. Maya Fey, I hereby charge you with this second murder. May your defiled soul feel the weight of your sins.
A new murder charge on top of a guilty verdict?
It seems the defense will live to see one more day.
Talk about hanging on by a thread.
Come tomorrow, a far more terrible punishment awaits you.
I hereby suspend these proceedings so that the second murder may be investigated. Until the conclusion of this new investigation, this court is adjourned.
To be continued.
Yikes.
Well, that took a turn.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
I don't like this country.
Well, was that the first time? No, there's been other times, but Shamadi really, what's it called? Like blindsided Phoenix.
I guess you could say that.
Wow. In light of all the confusion everyone's having, I think what they're trying to say is they just now found the body. They're not saying the body was killed during the course of this case.
Yeah.
Oh, you had to look at the Spirit of Justice costumes.
It seems like they're all the same.
Oh my gosh, Maid. Maid's Athena. I don't know, I like the tiger.
Ooh la la!
Oh god, it is Trebion. Oh my gosh.
Dude, actually, you want to know something hilarious?
What?
Okay, so you know the guy who ran the restaurant, the overweight,
Yes.
flamboyant. Yeah. Okay. So, in the Japanese version of the Phoenix Wright anime, you know how the French had that stereotypical ooh la la?
Yeah.
The actor didn't pronounce the L, so it was ooh la la.
Oh, that's perfect.
It was hysterical when I heard it.
Oh, that's perfect.
I never thought a Japanese person trying to do a stereotypical French ooh la la would be so funny, but it was ooh la la.
Ooh rah rah. Oh my gosh. Well, that was fun.
That was something. Hopefully next time we do this, I'll be more awake.
It was we're both tired. It happens. It happens. We got through it though.
Yeah.
We got through it. Thank you all so very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. See you next time. Most likely, probably Friday or Saturday. We'll let you know. But until then, y'all have a great rest of your day and rest of your week.
Shout out to the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Amen. See you guys.